Good morning, everybody. Live from the South Point Bowling Center, the USBC Senior Masters match play. About to get underway here. We've got the triple box set up for you for this first round here, so we can show you 3 different matches at the same time. Our featured match in the window on the left is Amleto Monticelli. And we've also got another Hall of Famer among our featured matches, and that would be Pete Weber in the bottom right corner. So we've got Amleto Monticelli against Don Jackson, Pete Weber versus Jack Nelson, and Craig Harrington versus Eric Forkel. And we put the lane assignments just to the left of the match titles so that if you want to follow along on the live scoring, you can. And you can find that link to the live scoring right under the video you're watching. It's also on bowl.com. Live scoring allows you to see any match in the bowling center in terms of the scoreboard. You can't watch it, but you can look at the scoreboard and see how that match is progressing. And the brackets can also be found on that same link that is right below the video you're watching here. We will focus the commentary on the Monticelli match, since that is the featured spot. Mention what's going on in the other 2 occasionally. This is the first round of match play. It is 3 games, total pinfall, and double elimination. Jackson off to a little bit of a rough start here against Monticelli with a missed single pin. So already down by 11 after just one frame. So again, if there is a match that you're interested in that we're not showing, you can check out the live scoring at bowl.com/seniormasters. It's right on the results page. Pete Weber trailing very early in his match, but only it's 2 frames in, but Pete down by 11 after 2 frames. Again, we've got Pete Weber in the bottom right corner in the smaller box for you. Pete with his first strike of the match comes in the 3rd frame. For those just tuning in, watching live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters here on Bowl TV, match play, first round, 3 games total pinfall, double elimination bracket. Here's Amleto Monticelli. And Amleto with the strike. Amleto finished 3rd in the Senior Masters last year. Lost to Hugh Miller just before the title match. And then Hugh Miller went on to lose to Mike Edwards in the championship. Amleto with a win last week at Suncoast at the PBA Senior US Open. And he also won that event last year as well. So Amleto Monticelli has been doing very well in the majors since he came out here on the PBA 50 Tour. Of course, Amleto, the top qualifier after yesterday, led qualifying for 15 games. When you lead qualifying, you get top billing in the first round. So we've got Amleto on the pair here this morning. Let's see if Amleto can put a double on the board early on here. Extend that lead even further, and instead he leaves a split. It is a 4-7-10. Would appreciate it if you would help spread the word about the live streaming coverage today on social media. Get on Facebook and Twitter and let everybody know you're watching Bowl TV. You can just send them right to bowl.com. That's probably the easiest way to get them to the broadcast. We've got a link right on the front page of bowl.com to get everybody funneled to the right page here on YouTube. And all this is leading up to the stepladder finals, which are going to be tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern is when we will have the stepladder finals. I certainly hope you'll be joining us for that. Stepladder finals, always exciting. Same format you see on television. And we applied it to the Senior Masters this year. Put on a nice little show. Pete Weber, he's on the far right side of the screen down in the bottom right corner. And if he strikes on this shot, he'll take the lead by 2 in that match after 4 frames. And he does exactly that. So PDW with a 2-pin lead against Nelson after 4. Craig Harrington taking it to Eric Forkel here a little bit early on in this first game. So a 22-pin lead for Harrington. Here's Don Jackson. Oh, mixes them up a little bit, but doesn't get the 10 to fall. If he picks the spare here, he'll be tied with Monticelli after 3 frames. Jackson misses the head pin to the right on that shot, so Jackson down 3 against Monticelli. Early stages of this opening round of matches. Trouble there for Mr. Jackson as he misses the head pin to the left. Another open frame. It's 2 open frames out of the first 4 for Jackson. Can't afford to make those mistakes against a Hall of Famer like Monticelli if you want to pull off the upset. Of course, Jackson just barely made it into match play. He was the final bowler in. So number 64 seed. Let's see what Monticelli does here. It's going to be tough to beat right there. Monticelli's been so good this week. The cut this week to make it into match play was a very attainable plus 15. Took a 201 average to make the match play cut. And there were a lot of people that had a chance to make it and fell short. And Jackson actually pretty fortunate to make it. I thought the cut score was going to be more like plus 20. And Jackson at plus 15, and he shot 150, 176 his last 2 games in qualifying. So I bet he was sweating it out on that last squad yesterday. But his reward is he gets to bowl Amleto Monticelli. And here's Amleto looking for a double. Looks pretty good. Amleto's ball reaction looking pretty solid in these last couple of frames. Eric Forkel in a little bit of trouble against Craig Harrington early on. Harrington spare 4-bagger, and Forkel hasn't doubled. Pete Weber, he leads by 1 against Nelson. And follow all the live scoring for any match in the Bowling Center. You can watch the live scoring if you click the link on bowl.com/seniormasters for the results page. Pete Weber with a nice looking shot there in the 7th. Jackson with a strike in the 5th. Trails by 24 against Monticelli, as they have reached the halfway point of Game 1. For those just tuning in, you're watching the USBC Senior Masters here on Bowl TV, the first round of match play. 3 games, total pinfall matches, double elimination. So nobody's eliminated in this round. But we will lose 16 players in the next round. There'll be a group of players who go 0-2 and knocked out after 2 rounds. There's a nice double for Jackson. Narrows the gap down to 14. Nice shot there by Nelson for a 4-bagger. And he has taken the lead on Pete Weber. Nelson up by 19 on Weber all of a sudden. Amazing what a four-bagger will do for you. Monticelli snaps that 10 out for the three-bagger. Extend his lead back up to 24. So let's see if Amleto can keep his string going here. He pulls it through the face, 3-6-10 in the seventh. Once again, stepladder finals coming up tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern time. Be sure to join us. It's 3 p.m. local time here in Vegas. Top 5 make the step ladder. Eric Forkel struggling a bit. Pete Weber turning it up a notch here with 3 in a row. Jack Nelson giving him all he can handle right now early in this match. Nelson just continuing to strike against Pete Weber. Here's Jackson looking to take advantage of that miscue by Amleto. Jackson working on a double. Nails another one. 3 in a row. So Jackson starting to mount a comeback here in this first game of 3. Harrington, top right corner of your screen, had struck 6 times in a row before that shot. He's up by about 57 pins on Forkel, as Nelson, you may have seen it, looked like he crossed over for a strike there. It's a 6-bagger, and that won't make Weber very happy. Jackson didn't like that one. Leaves the washout on the 3-bagger. And even if he makes it, he's still down 15. Nelson with another strike. It's a double in the 10th for him, and that is 7 in a row. He max at 267 this game. .267 for Nelson. That was the first one to finish up here in game 1. Amleto with a strike in the 8th. Monticelli is now up by 29 pins on Jackson. Pete Weber, by the way, can strike out here for 258. Bottom right corner of your screen about to come into the picture. And he backs off. Wonder if he got jumped. So Weber going to be coming into your screen right now. Bottom right corner. Looking to strike out here to shoot 257. And PDW gets the first one in the 10th. Amleto, 9th frame. Looking to extend his lead a little bit here. And he does. Pushes that lead up to 39. Walter A. Williams Jr. with a 298 first game. A lot of you guys noticed that on the live scoring. You can see every pair in the house. Pete Weber with a solid 9-pin on the fill, 257. So he's down by 10 after game 1. Eric Forkel struck out for 211. Here's Jackson in the 10th. There's a strike for a double. But it looks like Jackson's going to be down quite a bit against Monticelli after the first game. Again, 3 games, total pinfall to determine the winners in these matches. Finishing up game 1 in our showcase match between Jackson and Monticelli. Jackson finishes up with 180. Monticelli can strike out for 235. Harrington shoots 236. Leads by 25 on Forkel. Nice 4-9 split conversion there for Nelson in the first against Pete Weber. Amleto with the split here, second shot in the 10th. Pete looking a little frustrated early here in game 2. This is Monticelli's final shot of game 1. Gets 3, and Monticelli shoots 220, leads by 40 on Jackson after game 1. Again, if you're watching the live scoring, you'll see the total pinfall after each game update to the right of their name. And that's how you can keep track of the status of the match. It's updated after each game, so you can kind of do the math as you go along here in this 3-game total pinfall match. And our featured match is on 15 and 16, Monticelli versus Jackson. And our 2 other matches, 13 and 14, Harrington versus Forkel, and 17 and 18, Weber versus Nelson, if you want to follow any of these matches on the live scoring. But just to recap where we stand on these 3 matches, we've got Monticelli up by 40 on Jackson after game 1. Harrington leading Forkel by 25 after game 1, and Weber down by 10 against Nelson after the first game. Just tuning in, we're live at the South Point Bowling Center here in Las Vegas. USBC Senior Masters, first round of bracket play. I'm Lucas Wiseman. Pleasure to be with you here this morning. So we get rolling here in bracket play. Long road to determine the winner of this year's Senior Masters. We'll determine that winner in the stepladder finals tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time right here live on Bowl TV. And would appreciate your help in getting the word out about the live streaming. If you can post on Facebook or Twitter that you're watching us right now, that would be appreciated. You can just direct people straight to bowl.com for the link to the live streaming. And be sure to follow USBC on Twitter at USBC, and also on Facebook at facebook.com/USBC. And if you so desire, you can follow me on Twitter as well at Lucas_Wiseman. And I do read every single tweet that gets sent to me. So if you send me a tweet, I will see it. That's at Lucas_Wiseman. Pete Weber, bottom right corner, looking for a double. Could have taken the lead with a strike there. Still down by 9 is Pete Weber here in the 4th frame of game 2. I'll tell you, I've covered a lot of these events with this bracket format. You really can't afford to lose your first few matches. Excuse me, because you get into that elimination portion of the bracket, it gets very, very tough to win the tournament. You have a lot of matches. Basically, you bowl every single round if you lose this match. But if you're in the winner's bracket, you get to skip a couple of rounds. You don't have to bowl as many matches, and it's a less strenuous path to the title. It looks like if Jackson gets the ball wide at all, it's not going to get back to the pocket. It's not a high enough rev rate to get it to hook back like Amleto is able to do. Oh, and an open frame for Jackson. Ball just skidded right down the lane and left that 4-pin standing. Jackson's in some trouble in this match against Monticelli. By the way, Nelson stepped up and threw a double at Weber, so Nelson up 19 now. And is he going to roll the 2? No. So it is an 18-pin lead for Nelson with the spare on Weber. Eric Forkel, I see somebody in the chat mentioning him. He's still down by 25 against Harrington as they are working in the 4th frame of game 2. We have live coverage for you right here on Bowl TV all day today. Every single round of match play. And then there's a few rounds tomorrow morning to determine our stepladder finalists. Final 5 right here live on Bowl TV at 6 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow night. So make yourself a note. Set a reminder in your iPhone. Write it down. Attach it to the refrigerator, whatever you got to do to remember to be here tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time to watch the stepladder finals. Should be a good show. I'm not sure who I'll have in the booth with me yet. Depends on who makes the stepladder, but we'll certainly have a special guest, an analyst for the stepladder finals tomorrow night. Got a few people in mind, but we'll have to wait and see who makes the show. Pete Weber with 4 through the face. Just left the 4-count split, and Pete is looking very flustered. Could have an upset in the making here in the first round. Amleto Monticelli, 3rd frame. The chances of Amleto losing this match are very slim. Amleto is up by 54 pins in the 4th frame of this second game. An open for Pete Weber in the 5th. And now he suddenly is down 27 at the halfway point of the match against Nelson. And Pete's down there shaking his head. Pete gets a strike in the 6th. Eric Pearson joining us now. Good morning, Eric.
Morning, Lucas. How's it going?
Going pretty good. We've got 3 matches that we're showing. We've got Amleto Monticelli against Jackson in our featured match, showcase match, and then we've also got Harrington and Forkel and Weber and Nelson in the smaller windows.
A good mixture there. Yeah.
Yeah, and Pete's getting all he can handle right now from Jack Nelson. And Amleto's having no trouble with Jackson, and Forkel and Harrington. It's probably going to come down to be a close match, I think, between these two. Forkel had some trouble with carry in the first game, but seems to have gotten it together. He's down 25.
Yeah, as you're walking around and look at all the pairs, because we're using all 64 lanes here, obviously, with the start of the bracket, you see a lot of tight matches where you know 220 to 210, even some couple pair of 250s.
How about Walter Ray Williams?
The one guy shot 230 something, and he's behind by like
50
or 60 already.
Walter Ray 298 the first game, front 7 this game. That's incredible because we have. You can talk a little bit about the lane conditions. We haven't seen that kind of scoring pace in the tournament so far, but match play's a little different because you stay on the same pair of lanes. So if you get a pair that you like and you break it down the way you want it, like Walter Ray may have done here, then you get dialed in, and all of a sudden you got a big number you can put on the board.
Yeah, it looked like in practice both of them were out. I mean, I'm not saying they're at first arrow, but they were both very direct up the lane on the outside, and you saw a little bit of that look during qualifying, but not many guys play that angle, so it doesn't really develop there. And now that, like you said, that it's just two guys on the same pair, either the one guy's going to try and create his own look, or there's the potential that the two guys are similar in style and they'll play together. So
and Walter Ray just left a 10-pin.
I think you'll also see where, maybe if one pair just reacts a little better, has better carry than another. That's where you might see one pair where you got a couple of 220s, and you look at the pair next to them, and it's 178 to 169 or 182. So you'll kind of start to see the differences in the pairs possibly, if there is a difference, as these matches go on.
Pete Weber with a double now. He's down 27 against Nelson.
Yeah, this is the part of the week now where they'll say, well, you must have done something different with the lane condition because they're not playing like they did in qualifying or, the 3 days that I bowled earlier. But, same everything. It's just like you said, it's almost like it's a whole different tournament when you come out for the match play. Everybody's kind of focused on their own thing. I'm sure they've all adapted their equipment, knowing that they're going to see fresh a lot. And obviously, these are the 64 guys that are bowling good out of the field. So,
and in my experience, and I don't know if you notice the same thing, when you get to match play, and Weber strikes again. When you get to match play in these tournaments, the scores tend to go up a little bit because they stay on the same pair for 3 games, and you don't do that during qualifying. So when you give players like Amuleto, Pete Weber, Walter Ray the ability to stay on the same pair for 3 games, they don't have to deal with how to move and make adjustments. It's the picture can get very clear for them.
Plus, just the style of the match. I mean, to bowl the back-to-back frames, match play style. It's easy to get into a rhythm. Throw your 2 good shots, sit down, wait for the other guy to go, then you get up, you get your 2 shots. Not quite like qualifying, where this particular year we had 2 and 3s on the pairs, and just the rhythm of it's different. Guys are shooting at spares, other pairs are striking. You get up, you move to the next pair, maybe you have a little bit of a wait. So bigger breaks in the action during qualifying as you're moving from pair to pair. So you're right, just the whole atmosphere for match play, everything would causes scores to go up.
Well, here's Monticelli in the 6th. They're halfway through the match now, and it is a 57-pin lead for Monticelli. Chance for him to make it 67 with a strike here. I was saying that I didn't see a very good scenario where Monticelli would actually lose this match, but if he continues to make shots like that, he could get himself into some trouble in a hurry. You can't afford to strike only every other shot. But
he is definitely a little farther left than what you see on a lot of the pairs of lanes. Guys are definitely to the right.
But Monticelli can get deeper than most of the guys in the field. He got that lawnmower release, and he's got the nice rev rate.
More back end. Yeah, guys like him, Bob Learn, you'll probably see is going to be a little farther to the left.
I'm sure Pete will get there.
Mike Edwards, I don't know. He's behind it a little bit more, and he'll probably try and play him a little bit straighter.
Yeah, Pete is who I mentioned, but
Pete,
he will eventually find his way left.
Well,
Let's see where he's playing now.
Talking with the Storm ball rep that was with him this week, he was telling Pete, you're going to stay to the right.
Yeah,
he's way right.
He's way right now, and he strikes again. But
and because Pete had started out the qualifying a little bit deeper, his normal third arrow or even deeper than that, and Jim Callahan said, hey, you're going to get back to the right. You're going to play somewhere between 9 and 13, and you're going to stay there. And he did that for the last 2 days, and we were just kind of all joking around because when's the last time Pete Weber played 10?
Yeah.
I think Pete said something like back in the 1980s.
Pete now leads by 8 in that match with that 4-bagger going into the 10th frame of game 2. So that's the tightest of our 3 matches. As Weber steps up in the 10th working on a 4-bagger, looking to extend that lead to 18. He didn't like that one at all. You can tell off his hand he didn't like it. Big shot here for Craig Harrington. He leaves the 2-5-8 in the 10th. And that'll give Forkel an opportunity to mount a little bit of a comeback. Eric, do you know how many lefties made the cut? Did you do the count?
It was kind of cool. We had a couple bowlers not be here for qualifying, and we had a couple drop out. So, but out of the 268 original entries, and there was 264 that finished. And I didn't count the numbers, but I was told by another staff member that 42 of them were left-handed. So the ratio that is was at 1 in 8 roughly.
Mm-hmm.
Out of the 64 bowlers, there's 9 left-handers. So pretty close.
Yeah.
If you look at it that way. Squad equity was good the first 2 days. We had basically 20-some bowlers from each squad in the field. But the final ended up, I believe, 24 and 23 bowlers from A and C squad and only 17 or 18 from the B squad, which is, I don't know, the reason why, strength of the squads or, I don't think it's so much how the lanes play. But figure that B squad bowled the first day on the burn. And a lot of people said it really didn't burn with the ice oil. The lanes held up very well. And, just potentially the A and the C squads learned from the first day. And when they got to bowl on the burn squad, days 2 and 3, maybe they just slightly outscored the B squad. I don't know. I'd have to go back and run some numbers. But overall, pretty decent. I think last year we had the cut score was about a 210 average.
201 this year.
Yeah, I'm not saying that that's high, but I thought maybe a little bit lower than that might be a good number. So kind of shooting for like the 205, 206 range, but they were definitely harder than that.
Big shot for Eric Forkel here in the 10th. Had a chance to make up some ground, and unfortunately he will not make up very many pins this game. Most he can make up is 2. He'll still be down 23. Pete Weber 220 as he has now taken, looks like a 29-pin lead after 2 games against Nelson.
So yes, I guess scoring pace was maybe a little bit lower than I expected, and I don't know. I can attribute it to the oil holding up very well. They didn't transition and break open very much. Game to game scores and squad to squad. Average scores were between for the field average like between 188 and 191, 193. So a little lower, kind of maybe than I expected or what I was shooting for, but. No complaints. Everybody said this is how it should be. And, the good part of it is coming into day 3, even guys that were minus 40 or 50 were saying, I got a sniff here. If I have a couple decent games, get myself back to even or a little plus. We have a chance. We have a chance to sneak in and make the number. Pete with a 5-7.
Yeah, he's not happy. He was kind of frying a little bit about that.
Well, I was just walking by on the other side, Jeff Riggles. I looked up and he had 223 the first game. And he walked up to me. Started the second game and he said he got the ball just a hair wide and he missed the head pin. And he walked by and he had a frantic. And he showed it to me. He goes, "What surface does it look like is on this ball?" And I said, "I don't know. It's 3,000, 4,000." He said, "This ball was 1,000 when I started." He goes, "And that is all lane shine." He goes, "I'm going to switch balls just because this ball's not reacting anymore." Which made me think, because I heard a lot of bowlers say during their qualifying they actually had to move right, or they felt like the lanes got tighter as they bowled instead of getting drier. And now hearing Jeff Riggles say that, I'm just thinking there's a good chance that the ball's just shined up a little bit from the oil not breaking down. And if the ball just went longer, it had nothing to do with the lane condition possibly. It was just the ball's getting, if a guy came out with 1,000 grit, after 10, 12, 15 frames, that ball's calming down. I wonder if you're going to see that here even during the matches, some of these second games.
By the way, Walter Ray Williams, only 565 after 2 games. Shot 267 in game 2.
And in qualifying, I didn't watch a lot of bowling because I helped run the scores during the qualifying, but the couple times I watched Walter throw the ball and listening to some of the other people watching, he kind of played to the left. He was as deep as third arrow or between third and fourth arrow during some of his qualifying games. And now you get to match play where the lane is all to himself, and guess what? He's back on the outside going up the lane. He's throwing firm. Right in his wheelhouse.
Recap where we are in these matches. Eric Forkel down 24 against Craig Harrington after 2 games. Pete Weber leading by 29 after 2 games, but that has come down a bit because Nelson has started with a double, so it's actually 18-pin lead now for Weber. Excuse me, and we're still finishing game 2 between Monticelli and Jackson. They're bowling a little slow. But Pete Weber up now, bottom right corner of your screen, looking for a double here in this final game, 3rd frame, and he gets it. I think Weber's getting a little more than he can handle here more than he may have expected from Nelson.
Yep.
I heard him down there talking. He's like, "Oh, great, I got to bowl Pete Weber," but he's like, "You know what? I got nothing to lose. I'm just going to go out there and bowl my best, see what happens." And I think that
exactly.
if you're Jack Nelson, you're probably about as pleased as you can be with how the match has gone so far, to be within striking distance of Pete Weber in this last game.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, if you look at the condition, being fresh and being fairly tight, it doesn't really necessarily play into Pete's A game. Pete likes to get in, hook it, and kind of open up the angles a little bit, and you can't really do that on this. Maybe when we get into the second and third matches here this morning, possibly the lanes might transition a little bit. But then we do our lunch break and we re-oil, and there's some matches in the afternoon, and then tomorrow's basically all fresh. So.
Oh, Monticelli with a 5-count split in the 9th.
There's a good chance that the guys with the rev rates like Monticelli and Pete and Bobler don't necessarily have an advantage in this format, and with the amount that we're gonna re-oil here. I'm hoping to see multiple styles advance through the tournament. That's always one of our goals, is to have a good mixture of players, and we had that last year. Had some very straight guys in the final, like 6 players, as well as Amleto and Mike Edwards.
See if Amleto can make a run at the split. And he doesn't. So an open in the 9th for Amleto. And he's not pulling away as I thought he might. He's still up 48 in this match, though. So he's still in good shape, but Amleto only going to be in the 170s, it looks like, this game.
It looks like Hugh Miller and Kevin Croucher have a good one going, huh? A couple of 440s after 2. Am I seeing that right, or am my eyes that bad?
Yeah, it's actually tied after with 8 frames to go. And that's just to the left. And keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, my eyes are definitely bad. I'm having trouble picking up the yellow numbers off the green background there on the telescopes monitors.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to read those colors on there, but if you want to take a look at
another high one.
Yeah, and Amleto not throwing it well now. If you want to take a look at the live scoring, you can find that link on bowl.com/seniormasters. Click on the results page, and you can see any scoreboard in the bowling center. It's got 440 people on the live scoring right now. Pretty good number.
Very good.
And about 530 watching the live streaming, so some good numbers. I'm hoping for some big numbers for the stepladder finals tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 p.m. local time here in Vegas.
Yeah, it should be a nice change of pace. We're going to follow that finals format that we did actually at the Queens last year, finding a way to narrow the field down to 5 people for the stepladder, but bringing more people out of the contenders or elimination bracket. And actually, your idea, Lucas.
Yes, thank you.
Fantastic.
It solved the problem.
Fantastic idea to get 5 women on the TV show, not all from the winners bracket. So it gave more bowlers a chance to drop down to the elimination bracket and work their way back through.
Yep.
And I think it added a lot of excitement to the fact that you've got 4 people bowling for 3 spots in the finals. It worked out pretty decent at the Queens last year, and then this year at the Masters.
That was great at the Masters, wasn't it?
Pretty good last 4 guys there trying to find their way onto the show.
And that's going to happen tomorrow morning. That's our last match before the stepladder, where the final 4 guys are going to bowl for the last 3 spots in the stepladder. 173 for Amleto after shooting 220 the first game. It's only 393 for him for 2. Walter Ray with the front 4 of this game. I think he might have 800 in the bag. I'm going to go ahead and say that right now. He only needs 235. It's a matter of whether he decides to keep his foot on the accelerator or not, you know? Because he's ahead by 170 pins in the match.
Well, he'll be all business now because he knows he's got that look, and if he can find that on the other pairs,
it might be tough.
Now the key is just working your way through the winners bracket as far as you can. But I gotta believe if he's got that good of a look there, there's going to be a few other guys that can play up the lane like that. We do have a very good mixture of in the field here, but 64 people, you're always going to have some variety.
Nelson just doubled against Weber, and let's see if we can do some quick math here. He's only down 18 with half a game to go. So if Nelson can strike again, he'll pull to within 8 down the closing stages of this
with the string,
first round.
With a half a game to go, forcing Pete to get up and at least throw a couple strikes. Can't just keep going spare.
And Jackson only going to be in the 160s here against Monticelli. So Monticelli bowls a bad game. He actually gains ground in the match. Nelson, another one, looking pretty solid here. He's not backing down against Weber, and he pulls to within 8. 165 for Jackson here to close out game 2. That match, about a half a game behind the other featured matches on our screen right now. And Amleto leads by 48 pins. Weber with a strike in the 6th.
Well, if he strikes here, we'll see what Nelson's made of in the 7th. See if he can keep that string going.
Harrington just opened against Forkel. Forkel now has the lead in that match. Now Amleto in the 1st. Still up by 48, so he's not in a lot of trouble here, but he's not exactly lined up and throwing good.
He's been high on the left lane for the last, 4 shots?
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't been watching every ball, but... Hugh Miller almost a light 7-10.
Walter Ray front 6. Pete Weber.
Got it wide.
Oh! PDW mixes it up for the double and extends his lead back to 18. Forkel with another strike for a 4-bagger. And Forkel now up 21 against Harrington with half a game to go.
Looking at the board, I don't think I noticed any of those where you had, real big names up against each other in the first round, but there might be some right away here in the second round of the winners bracket. Have to see how everything shapes up here, but The upper left quadrant had some pretty strong names in it. I think if you were to look at past champions and Hall of Famers, whatever, that particular quadrant looked the strongest.
Nelson struck again, by the way, for a 4-bagger against Weber. It's back to 8 pins. Actually, it's let's see here. Yeah, still 8. Jackson with a strike in the first frame against Monticelli. So Jackson with a chance to take the lead on Pete Weber with a strike right here. And he leaves the 10 pin. Eric Forkel misses the 4-7. Chops it. So we've got a couple of very interesting matches going on here on the right side of your screen. Jackson's not backing down here. He's just doubled. Cuts it to 38 against Monticelli. Walter Ray with another ho-hum strike for the front 7. He's on 5 and 6 if you want to follow him on the live scoring as he goes for 800. I think he's pretty much got the 800 in the bag now. He can max at 865, which would be outrageous.
Well, the way they started that match, I'm like, well, that's going to be a minimum like 770 to 750 the way they came out of the gate. It's going to be a lot more than that.
For Walter Ray, at least, yeah. Yep. And Amleto has made some ball changes and
so
trying to get in there.
Pete was up by 8, we said, going into that frame, so a strike here
would put him up by,
get him up by quite a few.
Let's see what happens here for PDW. He's going to come into your screen right now. Working on a double. Yeah, I think if Pete can strike again in the 9th, he can pretty much start to put this thing away. He's up 18.
Well, Jack can ride for 258, which would give him 706.
Yeah, which means Pete would need 230, and Pete's going at if Pete strikes here, we'd only need to mark in the 10th to beat that, right?
230. Yeah, 230 with count if he spare strikes out.
Yeah.
30, 60. Yeah,
big shot here for Weber.
220 if he doesn't strike here, so yeah.
9th frame, Pete Weber. Oh, he liked that one. That was probably the best shot of the match right there for Pete Weber.
Just a mark in the 10th will give him 230, but then you still got to bring in the pin count because he's at 8. What's his game total? 2 game total?
477.
77, so the 8 only gives him 5. And Nelson's on pin count of 6, so he can still shoot 706. So if Pete were to go 9 spare strike, he'd lose by a pin, correct? Assuming
Sounds
Jack,
right, yeah.
Assuming Jack
has
out.
to strike here. And he does get that strike in the 9th, and he's got a critical 10th frame coming up.
I want to say if he strikes out here, he's going to force Pete to get the first one, if my math's right. But I'm not a math major. So. 258 gives him 706.
If Pete goes 9 spare strike, he would shoot 237.
And his pin count would give him 4, right?
And that would put Pete at 17.
714, right.
Yeah. So Nelson needs to strike out to force Weber to mark here.
To mark.
He gets the first one.
Yeah, you said Pete's got 77, you're saying?
Yep.
Yeah.
Jackson with the front 3 now against Monticelli has cut the deficit down to 28 all of a sudden. Needed that one to hook and doesn't get it. Got 8 in a wiggle.
Looks like Walter's spared in the 8th.
All right, let's go full screen now to Jackson. Or sorry, to Nelson as he attempts to put a little pressure here on Pete Weber in the final frame of this match. And he didn't get it. And Pete Weber looking solid here to advance in the winner's bracket.
Well, as these matches wrap up, I need to get your
you gotta
bracket
go
board going here.
Type in scores and get that bracket updated for us, Eric.
Yeah, we got staff over there ready to do the boards that are on site. I take care of the board on the computer that we send out to the website. And the bowling center types in the names for the next round of matches here. The next two rounds are kind of hectic as things finish up, but once we get into the afternoon, things the pace slows down.
Looks like Tish Johnson advanced in the winner's bracket.
All
right, Eric, well, we'll see you maybe a little bit later.
She bowls Pete next, then, I think. Are they on the same side of the bracket?
I don't know. Too many matches to remember at this stage.
Okay, well, I'm going to go to work. Thanks.
Okay, see you later, Eric. Eric Pearson sitting in for a bit as we wrap up this first round of matches. Pete Weber going to pick up the win against Nelson. It was not an easy win for Pete, though. Nelson gave him a run for his money. Monticelli suddenly is in some trouble here, down 28 against Jackson, and facing a baby split and an open frame. So now it's dropped into the teens. This match has gotten a lot closer than expected. PDW with another strike. It is a 7-pin lead for Eric Forkel against Craig Harrington. As they are entering the 9th frame. Final score, Pete Weber 734, Jack Nelson 694. Walter A. Williams Jr. ended up shooting 259, so easily an 800 series for him. He's 824 for Walter A. Williams Jr. The next round of matches will start immediately following this round. It's scheduled for 9:30, I believe. 9:30 Pacific time in 20 minutes. Eric Forkel with a strike for a double in the 9th. Going to call an audible here, and we're going to show you a shot from Hugh Miller. Hugh Miller needing a strike to win against Kevin Croucher, 10th frame. Hugh Miller's strike to win the match. Got it. So Hugh Miller with a clutch strike there in the 10th. And here's Eric Forkel looking to put this match away against Harrington in the 10th. And the messenger takes out the 7 for Forkel. flip back over here to Don Jackson, taking on Amleto Monticelli. Jackson trying to mount a comeback here against the Hall of Famer. He's down 17. 7 count. Back over to Forkel for his second shot in the 10th. He was down 24 coming into this game, but has made the big comeback. And Eric Forkel with the win against Craig Harrington here in the first round. Jackson trying to cover up the spare here. And he does. So Amleto Monticelli, a little bit tighter match than we expected after that first game when Amleto was up by 40. A 17-pin lead for Monticelli here in the 6th frame of this final game. And Monticelli with a 7 count on a spare. So now he leads by 14. That's actually a 6 count for Monticelli. I didn't see the sleeper back there. So now he leads. He actually leads by 13. 3, 6, 9, 10. And he makes the spare. Not an easy spare to make in this situation. By the way, if there is a tie in a match, they have a 1-game roll-off to break the tie. For those of you asking. It sounds like Robin Romeo and Harry Sullins tied after 3 games, and they have started their roll-off already. Here's Monticelli in the 7th. Leading by 13, and he just left an 8-10. Wow, Monticelli is in a lot of trouble here. And he gets none of the pins. Got to take at least one there, Amleto. 109 in the 7th this game for Amleto Monticelli. This match on 15 and 16 if you want to follow the live scoring. Seventh frame for Jackson, who's got to be licking his chops right now. An opportunity for him to take the lead on these next couple of shots. All right, put it in the pocket, leaves the 10. Covers up the spare. Kenny Parks, Marv Sargent in a tight match. Looks like a 12-pin lead for Sargent with 3.5 frames to go. Here's Jackson. Oh, he didn't like it. Yanks it through the face, and very lucky to just leave the 3-pin on that shot. It is a 1-pin lead for Amleto Monticelli now. With 2.5 frames to go. Great match, close match, and hopefully we'll have a lot more matches that are this close throughout the rest of the day. We've got a whole day of coverage for you here on Bull TV, so be sure to stick around after this one ends. Next round should start pretty quickly afterwards. Here's Amleto up by 1, 8th frame, final game. Hall of Fame shot right there, boys and girls. Amleto, the top qualifier, and he's in some trouble here in the first round. Got 2 frames to go, and it is a 1-pin lead in the match for Amleto Monticelli. Amleto can go up by 11 with a strike here in the 9th for a double. And he pulls it again and leaves the 6-10. Monticelli, no trouble on the spare. Well, Jackson can step up here in the 9th and the 10th. He can strike out for 236. And Amleto Monticelli can only shoot 179. So Jackson a chance to win the match here if he strikes out in the 9th and the 10th. And he gets the first one there, 9th frame. Still some work to be done here. At this point, it is still a 1-pin lead for Amleto. But if Don Jackson doubles here in the 10th frame, 2 strikes in the 10th, he can win the match. Tons of pressure on this shot. He didn't like it. He pulls it, Brooklyn, and it strikes. Got a huge break right there. Unbelievable break there for Don Jackson as he pulls it, Brooklyn, and it strikes. And that has now given him the lead against Monticelli. And if he strikes again, he wins the match. Strike to win the match and beat the top qualifier. Here it is. And the 10 doesn't go. Half 10 on that shot. .570 the final score for Jackson. So Amleto needs 177 to tie. So Amleto needs a double and 9 to win the match. Amleto Monticelli, double 9 here in the 10th to win this match. And the messenger comes across and takes out the 10. Gets the first one. Don't think Amleto thought he'd be in this position after game one, but you never know in these matches what's going to happen. Monticelli needs one more strike and 9 pins. Here it is. Has to have a strike right here. He got it. Tell you what, folks, Amleto has not had a good look on this pair, and to come up here and throw a double in the 10th is clutch. Work is not done yet. He needs 9 pins on this shot. Monticelli for the win. Oh, just does get the 9 that he needs. Amleto Monticelli wins 571 to 570. Monticelli survives the scare in the first round and takes the win against Don Jackson. What a match. Still one more match going on close by to us here. That is Kenny Parks and Marv Sargent. And I believe that Marv Sargent has just locked up that win. See if we can get a wide look at Romeo and Sullins here as they finish up. They are on the other side of the bowling center. I'm not sure if I can get a look at that or not, but we can give it a go. So let's give this a try here. It's not a great look, but it's a look nonetheless. Sullins and Romeo are in a one-game roll-off after they tied after 3 games. And they are in the 7th frame. It is a 4-pin lead for Robin Romeo. Sullins with an 8 count. Now a 6-pin lead for Robin Romeo. Sullins did make the spare. It's kind of an awkward angle for me, folks, so I apologize if the camera work isn't great. They're bowling on 57 and 58 if you want to follow the live scoring. Only match still going on. Everybody else is done. Robin Romeo, one of 2 women who advanced to match play. Robin also advanced in 2007. There's a strike. That's a 3-bagger for Romeo. Now she's up by 16 with 2 frames to go on Sullins. Little bonus coverage for you here as we close out this first round of matches. Overtime between Romeo and Sullins. And the 10 wiggles doesn't go. Still up by 15 pins is Romeo. And Sullins is working on a spare. Covers it up. So frame and a half to go. Robin Romeo up by 15 on Harry Sullins. Sullins a little work to do here in the 9th and the 10th. Sullins can strike out for 223. And that would force Romeo to double in the 10th to win the match. This is the 9th frame for Harry Sullins. And he leaves the 10 pin. Now it gets incredibly harder for Sullins to win the match. So he makes the spare. Sullins can now max at 212. So if he strikes out, Romeo would just need a mark in the 10th with count. So it has to double here in the 10th to force Robin Romeo to mark. And he doesn't, so Robin Romeo is going to win that match. So both of our women stay alive in the winner's bracket. Tish Johnson and Robin Romeo. Next round is coming up immediately following this. They'll reset, get names typed in, and get ready to go here. So that may take a few minutes, but we will get started here pretty quickly after they finish. They're already starting to put the names in for this next round. So 197 for Harry Sullins in the roll-off. And Robin Romeo already in the 200s before she, or I should say heading into the 10th frame. Romeo gets 5, but it's enough by a pin. She doesn't need a single pin more. Even if she gets 0 on this spare, it's 198, 197. So Robin Romeo gets just enough on that first ball to lock up the win. So she does open in the 10th, but Robin Romeo wins 202 to 197 against Harry Sullins. So we have a brief break here while we get set up for the next round. So don't go anywhere. More competition coming here from the Senior Masters for you in just a couple of minutes. So stand by. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes here on Bowl TV with the start of the next round. We'll get set up and ready to go. All right, ready to get started with our second round of matches. And you can see on the screen which matches we're going to be showing. Our showcase match here this round is Randy Peterson versus Bo Gergen. Also have Pritz versus Amke and Axon versus Blatchford. So it looks like Isaac Amke upset Wayne Webb in the first round. Haven't seen the updated bracket yet, but based on lane assignments, these two would not be meeting unless Wayne Webb had lost in the first round. Gergen starts off with a strike. These are all winners bracket matches in front of us. So these are all players who won in the first round. So again, if you're just joining us, you're watching our live coverage here on Bowl TV of the USBC Senior Masters Match Play Bracket Competition. 3-game total pinfall matches. Again, 3 games total pinfall to determine the winners in each match. And it is double elimination, so you can afford to lose once, but if you lose again, you're out. And if you want to find the bracket or the live scoring, you can click the link right below the video here, or go to bowl.com/seniormasters, click on results, and you'll find the link to the brackets and to the live scoring. The live scoring allows you to see the scoreboard for any match in the bowling center. And you can follow along with the live scoring for our featured matches on there as well. 17 and 18 is our showcase match between Gergen and Peterson, if you want to follow that match on the live scoring. I see a lot of people are watching 57 and 58. I would guess that that's left over from the Robin Romeo Harry Sullins overtime match. Right now Jackson and Harrington are on that one. But Randy Peterson has started with the front 3 against Bo Gergen. And Gergen with a double to start. And here's Bo trying to match it and doesn't. It leaves the double wood here in the third. The stepladder finals of the Senior Masters is going to take place tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. That's 3 p.m. here in Las Vegas. The 5-player stepladder finals. Be sure to in the chat who you are cheering for in this round of matches. We've got all 64 still bowling but we will lose 16 of them in the losers bracket after this round. Bo leaves a 4-pin in the 4th. Would appreciate your help in spreading the word about the broadcast here this morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the country. So you can get on Twitter or Facebook and let everybody know that you're watching our live streaming here. Randy Peterson with a 4-pin in the 4th. Randy Peterson with a strike in the 5th. He leads by 12 against Bo Gergen here. Bo with a 10-pin in the 5th, trailing by 13 against Peterson. Dave Axon has started with a good game against Blatchford. Blatchford also bowling well, though. They are on 13 and 14, top right corner of your screen. About a 12-pin lead for Dave Axon after 5.5 frames. Again, we've got the lane numbers next to each match so you can follow along on the live scoring if you choose to. 17 and 18 is our featured match for this round. Randy Peterson against Bo Gergen. For those of you who may just be tuning in, 3 games total pinfall to determine the winner of each match. Bo with the spare in the 6th. 15-pin lead for Randy Peterson early on here in this match. Takes a little while for these matches to settle in and see what direction we're heading, although in the first round we kind of expected that Amleto Monticelli was going to run away with a win after leading by 40 pins the first game, but ended up only winning by 1 pin and had to go double 9 in the 10th to win the match. Randy with another strike, double for him, and that puts him up by 25 after 6 frames. Randy Peterson with 3 strikes on the board in a row now. Up by 35 on Bo. Randy started with 3 strikes, went 9 spare, and threw 3 more. Blatchford has a 1-pin lead on Exon now after 7 frames in that match. And Pritz leading Amke by 31 pins. Looks like Bo is slowing down the pace a little bit here against Randy Peterson. Can't say that I blame him, as Bo does a little ball work there in the 8th frame. It's kind of like calling a timeout in a basketball game. Randy Peterson's on a little bit of a run here, and Bo doesn't want him to get too far ahead of him. And Bo breaks it up for the strike and the double. Cuts it down to 25. Watching live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman here with you as we are in the 2nd round of the day. These were all winners' matches. Wayne Webb was the victim of an upset in the first round. Bob Learn also the victim of an upset in the first round. That is the 2 bowlers that beat those guys are on our featured pairs right now. Amke, who's up now in the white shirt, bottom right corner of the screen, he defeated Wayne Webb in the first round, and Don Blatchford beat Bob Learn in the first round. That bracket is updated, by the way, on bowl.com. See, a lot of folks are watching on the live scoring lanes 47 and 48. That is Pete Weber versus Tish Johnson. It's a 4-pin lead for Pete Weber in the 8th frame. Peterson with a couple of non-strikes here. The 8th and the 9th will allow Gergen to come back and make up some ground in the 9th and the 10th potentially. As we start to wind down game 1 in these 3-game total pinfall matches. Bo unable to take advantage of the opportunity provided to him by Randy Peterson there. So with the spare, Bo will still be down by 24 pins. Blatchford with triple closing out this game. He's going to shoot 247 with another strike. Dan Axon can get to 237 this game. Isaac Amke in the 8th with a strike. Gergen can strike out for 222. Randy Peterson looking at 246 this game. So 212 for Bo to open things up. So he's going to trail after this first game. And final shot for Dave Axon in the top right corner of your screen is a spare for 227. Blatchford leads by 20 over Axon in that one. Randy Peterson almost left a 4-9 split, leaves just the 9, and will shoot 235 with a spare and a strike. Stepladder final is going to take place tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Be sure to join us. Got a long road to get to there, though. Oh, and Randy Peterson misses the 9-pin and only shoots 224 and leads by 12. Those single pins will bite you in the rear in these 3-game total pin matches. Really can't afford to make mistakes like that in these matches. So 224 to 212, Peterson leads Gergen after game 1. But again, the stepladder finals tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. Be sure to join us. Jimmy Fritz Jr. has doubled in the 10th in the bottom right corner of your screen. And he fills it up in the 10th for 234. He'll have a nice lead on Isaac Amke after the first game. Pete Weber 198, Tish Johnson 184. So 14-pin lead for Pete Weber after game 1 in the 3-game total pinfall match. Isaac Amke with a split in the bottom right corner of your screen. He's going to be down by about 60 against Jimmy Fritz Jr. So 171 for Isaac. He's down 63. Randy Peterson up by 12 in this match against Bo Gergen. And Peterson looking for a double to go up 22. And he gets it. Randy trying to make up for that missed single pin in the 10th frame last game. Robin Romeo leading Roger Cossert by 36 pins after game 1. Two women in match play, both in the winner's bracket. Robin Romeo and Tish Johnson both won their first matches. Robin went to overtime against Harry Sullins to pick up the win. Amke's the only one bowling right now on our 3 pairs. It's on the approach. In the first frame of game 2, down by 63. It almost leaves a split, but breaks it up. Bo trying to cover up the 7-pin here in the second. And he does make it. Bo is down by 23 pins at this stage. Still a long ways to go in the match, though. As we've only made it to the third frame of game 2. Randy Peterson, third frame, working on a double. And leaves that 10-pin standing. There's a pin rolling toward it, but too slow to get there. Peterson, 3-6-10 here in the fourth. Randy and Bo going head-to-head here in this second round of the winner's bracket. Pin lead for Randy Peterson here in the fourth frame. You're watching live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters here on Bowl TV. I'm Lucas Wiseman. Thanks for joining us here for match play. Got a lot of bowling left until we know our 5 finalists for the stepladder finals, which will take place tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. 3 p.m. local time here in Las Vegas. We're at the South Point Bowling Center, the beautiful South Point Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Our thanks to them for their support of senior bowling. A big shot here for Bo Gergen. Chance for him to take the lead with a strike here in the match. Oh, and a 9-pin. He liked it too. I think he thought it might strike. But he does leave the 9-pin on a little bit of a high shot. And so with the spare, he's down by 10. Dave Axon working on a 4-bagger in the top right corner of your screen. As Randy Peterson leaves the 2-8. Axon with a 4-pin. He was down 20 coming into this game. He has made up that ground and some, and leads in this match by 34 pins. Blatchford had a couple opens early in this game. Pete Weber leading Tish Johnson by 26 pins right now as they approach the halfway point of that match on 47-48. You can watch that on follow that on the live scoring application. You can see the scoreboard for any pair in the house on our live scoring. It's a great complement to the live streaming. You can keep an eye on our featured pairs, the scores for 17 and 18, 13, 14, 15, 16, or just follow your favorite bowler and see how they're doing in their match. Here's Randy Peterson in the 6th as we've officially reached the halfway point of this match, and almost a 5-7, and Randy looks a little disgusted with that one. It is an 8-pin lead, 7-pin lead now for Randy Peterson in this match as they have crossed the halfway point. Emke trying to mount a little bit of a comeback here in the bottom right corner of your screen. It's 3 strikes in a row for him. And he has made up 25 pins of the 63 that he was down. So now he's down only 38 in the match against Jimmy Pritz Jr. Gergen with a strike in the 6th. Gergen will have a chance to take the lead with another one in the 7th. Gergen down 7 against Randy Peterson here with 14 frames to go in this match. Now Randy Peterson finds himself in an unfamiliar position in this match. He now trails by a few pins. And suddenly Randy can't buy a strike. If he spares here, it'll be his 5th consecutive spare after starting this game with a double. Bo Gergen, meanwhile, has put a couple of doubles on the board this game, along with 3 spares. So it's a 4-pin deficit for Randy Peterson here in the 8th frame of game 2. Next round of matches after this, scheduled to start at 11. Pacific time. It's in about 34 minutes. And then after that round, there's a brief break, about an hour break for lunch and re-oil. And then I believe 3 more rounds this evening. At 1:30, 2:45, and 4. So we should be done with live streaming today at about 5:30 Pacific time, 8:30 Eastern time. And then we pick it right back up again tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Pacific time, which is 11 a.m. for those of you on the East Coast. We'll have 3 rounds tomorrow morning, and then we will know our 5 finalists for the stepladder finals, which will take place tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So be sure to tune in at 6 p.m. tomorrow for the stepladder finals. And we'll have a special guest commentator for that. Not sure who it's going to be. Depends on who makes the show. But there will be somebody here with me once we get to that stage. Hopefully find somebody who can work with me in the morning as well tomorrow. Eric Pearson stops in occasionally to chat with us, so we may hear from him a little bit later on today as well. Gergen with a strike, 3 in a row. As he starts to build a little bit on that lead against Randy Peterson. It's now up to a 15-pin lead for Bo as they enter the 9th frame here in Game 2. Pete Weber up 28 on Tish Johnson after 7 frames in Game 2. That is on 47 and 48 if you want to follow that on the live scoring. Tennis Hacker asks, hey Lucas, do I have to pay extra for this live streaming or is it free with my USBC membership? 100% free with your USBC membership. This is a benefit of membership in USBC, is the ability to have free live streaming. So I guess when you look at it that way, pay your $20 for your membership for the whole year. Seems like a bargain to me. And this is just one of a lot of member benefits. I don't know if you guys have checked out the member rewards page on bowl.com, bowl.com/member rewards. I just used one of our partner offers the other day. I'm going on vacation in a couple of weeks, and Enterprise Rental Car offered a discount to USBC members, and so I saved $15, $20 I think it was on my rental car. So guess what? That alone paid for my membership dues for the year, and there are a lot of offers like that at bowl.com/member rewards. I think a lot of people aren't necessarily familiar with that program, but it is a great program, and there are a lot of opportunities to save money. And basically, it can pay for your membership many times over with a lot of great partners. Randy Peterson, 10th frame. Got the first one in the 10th. He can strike out for 221. Yeah, single pin. So Randy looking at 210 this game. And Bo Gergen can strike out for 258. So Bo could have a nice lead going into the final game. He keeps up this pace. The match right behind me, Amleto Monticelli and Eric Forkel, is an absolute shootout. Forkel leading Monticelli 5-14 to 5-13 after 2 games. That's not a 3-game total. That's a 2-game total. 5-14, 5-13. Forkel leads Monticelli after 2. And Tish Johnson looks like she's starting to get into trouble against Pete Weber. Robin Romeo up 44 on Roger Cossert. Or pretty close to that threshold where the number of people on the live scoring is going to eclipse the number of people on the live streaming. I don't think we've ever done that before. We've got 630 people on the live scoring right now and 655 on the live streaming. I would like to think that a lot of you guys have both up at the same time. Bo Gergen, 10th frame, working on a 4-bagger, gets another one. Big 10th frame here for Bo. Can really put a little bit of a cushion between him and Randy Peterson going into that last game, which is huge. Again, Bo can shoot 258. Randy shot 210. A 36-pin lead for Bo going into the last game if he strikes out here. See what Bo does here on his second shot in the 10th. Comes up light, leaves the 2-pin. Dave Axon leads Don Blatchford by 6 pins after 2 games on 13 and 14. 464 to 458. Isaac Amke has put together a very nice game 2. He shoots 244. He makes up a lot of ground after shooting 171 that first game. He'll still trail, it appears, going into game 3, however. Jimmy Pritz Jr. with a 7-pin in the 10th. So 459 to 434. Bo Gergen leads by 25 against Randy Peterson after 2 games. Jimmy Pritz with a 5-7 in the 10th on the fill. It's an 18-pin lead for Pritz. Gergen with a strike for a double. So both Peterson and Gergen with doubles to start here in game 3. Both out of the gates pretty quick. Peterson looking for a 3-bagger to start this game, and he gets it. Gergen trying to stay with Peterson here in this game, and he leaves the 4-pin. This is going to be a pretty tight match down the stretch, I have a feeling. All 3 of our matches are pretty tight here in this final game. Jackson leads Blatchford by 5 with 7 frames to go. Here's Bo Gergen, 4th frame, finds a strikeout there. Gergen up by 14 on Randy Peterson, as they have 6.5 frames to go. And Fritz is up 30 now on Amke, 30, as they are finishing up the 2nd frame here in game 3. Good match to follow on the live scoring right now would be on 49 and 50. That's Monticelli versus Forkel. Forkel leading 5-14 to 5-13 going into the last game. And Forkel up 10 in this game. So Forkel up 11 pins on Monticelli, 6 frames to go. That's on 49 and 50 if you're watching the live scoring. Randy Peterson front 4 to start this game. It's the 5th frame. And he goes front 5 now. And Randy has made up a lot of ground here. Actually, Randy Peterson has now taken a 6-pin lead in this match. Our featured match on 17 and 18 if you're following the live scoring. Gergen and Randy Peterson locked in a very tough battle here. Gergen can take a 4-pin lead if he strikes here in the 5th for a double. Comes up light and does not roll the 2-pin. Axon runs out a strike in the 5th. So Gergen now down 6 with 5 frames to go against Randy Peterson. Pretty close match. Pritz leaves a 10-pin on that shot on a triple to start this game. He's still up by about 30 pins on Isaac Amke. Blatchford, top right corner of your screen, trailing by 16 against Axon. There's a strike for him in the 5th. Here's Bo Gergen in the 6th. Comes up light again and leaves the 2-8. Now he's down 8, and Randy Peterson is stringing strikes together. Had some great matches to start off bracket play here at the Senior Masters this year. Randy Peterson, 6th frame, working on the front 5. Pulls that one, lucky to just get 8 on that one. Certainly could have been way worse. And with the spare, still leads by 6. Peterson up 6 pins, 4 frames to go against Gergen. In this final game of the 3-game total pinfall match. Stepladder finals, 6 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Be sure to tune in for the final 5 battling it out for the title and the $16,000 first place prize. Total prize fund this week, almost $120,000. Randy Peterson with a great shot in the 7th for the strike. Dave Axon just tripped the 4-pin forward for a strike in the 7th. Very tight match with Blatchford in the top right corner of your screen. Gergen in the 7th, trailing by 6. Came up light his last 2 shots, but doesn't that time. Gets the strike. He'll have an opportunity to take the lead in the 8th. Looks like Pete Weber's going to take out Tish Johnson here in the 2nd round. Just going to send Tish down to the elimination portion of the bracket. Eric Forkel up 30 on Amleto Monticelli with 2.5 frames to go on 49 and 50. Around 49 and 50. Bo Gergen unable to take the lead in this match, leaves the 10-pin in the 8th. Randy Peterson will have a chance to add on to his lead in the 8th and the 9th frames coming up momentarily. Peterson to extend the lead, gets the break and the strike. 4-pin goes late for the double. He's now up 16. 2 frames left. Monticelli down 19 against Forkel on 49 and 50. Those of you following that match. They are in the home stretch of that match. They're in the 9th frame of the final game, which is exactly where we are between Peterson and Gergen. And Randy Peterson can go up 26 with a strike right here in the 9th. And he's got it. Randy Peterson looks like he's on his way to a win here in this round. Dave Exon just struck against Don Blatchford in the 9th. To go up 16, to go up 26 in that match, as they are winding down. Looks like Jimmy Pritz Jr. is going to defeat Isaac Amke in our other match. Eric Forkel just split in the 9th. Bo Gergen with a strike in the 9th. He can only max at 227. Doesn't look like that's going to be enough, though. If Gergen strikes out for 227, he shoots 686. That would force Peterson to mark in the 10th. So Gergen has to strike out. And gets the first one. So Eric Forkel just opened in the 9th against Amleto Monticelli, but he still leads by 7 going into the 10th. Gergen strikes out for 227. Swing the camera around in the bottom right corner of your screen to catch the end of the Monticelli-Forkel match. Randy Peterson needing a mark here in the 10th. Leaves the 10 pin. Amleto Monticelli needs a double in the 10th frame to win that match. Randy Peterson needs the spare to win. Let's quickly go over to Amleto Monticelli. Needs a double in the 10th to win for the second straight match. And he gets the first one. Amleto Monticelli. Can he do it again? Trailed by 1 coming into this game, and Amleto can strike out for 218. Eric Forkel shot 214. And guess what? His ball is stuck in the back. And they're going to have to call it out and get that ball back. Randy Peterson wins 691 to 686. A hard-fought win for Randy, and that single pin miss did not cost him the victory. Dave Axon 698 to 671 over Don Blatchford in our other match that we had featured for you. So we have now switched over. The beauty of being in a split house, we can just turn the camera around and get a look at a different match. At least in this morning session. After that, there's no bowling on that side of the house, and everything stays on the 32 side, the 1 through 32 side. All the non-qualifiers sweeper on 33 through 64. So Monticelli needs one more strike to win the match. Long delay there as he waited for the ball to come back, an inopportune time for something like that to happen. But here we go. Hall of Famer Amleto Monticelli needs a second strike here in the 10th frame for the second consecutive match to stay alive in the winner's bracket. Can our top qualifier win again? Looks good. High flush strike for the Venezuelan. He just needs good count here. He needs 8 pins. If he gets 8, he'll win by 1. Another great round of matches here at the Senior Masters, and we have another round coming up right after this one ends. Amleto Monticelli needs 8 pins on this shot to win by 1. That looks close, and he gets 9. Amleto Monticelli comes from behind again, and this time he wins 730 to 728 against Eric Forkel to stay alive in the winner's bracket. Our top seed being challenged here in his matches this morning, but he is still alive in the winner's bracket. All right, let's see if there are any other matches that are close by here that we can see that are still competitive. Don't see any that are next to us here. Looks like most of the matches have been decided. Let me see if I can adjust our one camera to get it on 19 and 20 to the end of the Paul McCordick, Jeff Riggles match, and I'll be right back with you.
Over there, though, right? No, I can't bring any bowling balls now.
All right, there we go. We can see the end of the Riggles McCordick match. It looks like McCordick's going to be on his way to a win here. 2 frames to go. 28 pin deficit for Riggles as he leaves the 10 pin. Hugh Miller defeats Marv Sargent 644 to 643 after Sargent left a ring 10 on his fill ball to lose by 1. The other match we were following, Jimmy Pritz Jr. 656 to 587. A win over Isaac Amke. We do have another round coming up before the lunch break. It's scheduled to start right now. It'll take them a few minutes to get all the names put in the system, but we should get started pretty quick once they do that. There's a double from McCordick as he all but has now locked up the win in this match against Riggles on 19 and 20. So McCordick going to take the victory against Riggles. This is the last match still going on. They're just going to bowl through here and finish up. And I imagine our next round should start pretty quickly. They're already putting names in the system. And then we should get going as soon as all the names are put in the system and the bracket boards are updated. So Paul McCordick defeats Jeff Riggles. And we'll be back in just a few minutes with the start of the next round here on Bowl TV. All right, ready to go with the next round here at the USBC Senior Masters live at the South Point Bowling Center in Las Vegas. I'm Lucas Wiseman. And we've got Walter Ray Williams Jr. versus Kerry Painter as our featured match for this round. We also can give you some looks at a couple of other matches. Pete Thomas versus Lenny Borsch. Robert Brown versus Rod Tramp on those two pairs. And then on the high end, quote unquote, of the bowling center, we've got Randy Peterson versus Paul McCordick and Pete Weber against Mike Diaz. So we'll kind of check in with those matches occasionally, give you kind of a wide look so we can see more matches. They have spread the matches out a little bit more for this round, and that's why we don't have the 3-camera view, because we now have 8 fewer matches, so there are some gaps in between matches. But definitely we'll give you a look as much as we can, and of course the live scoring is a great asset. You can follow along with any match that you want to. Look at Rod Tramp, started with a strike. The lefty puts a double on the board to get going here. Lenny Borsch, spare strike to start for him. And here's Walter Ray Williams Jr. Started with a strike, as did Kerry Painter. And Walter Ray sends the messenger across, and it misses the 10-pin. Walter Ray had a pin dancing across on that one, and it didn't quite get there. When you look at the live scoring now, anywhere you see the USBC Senior Masters logo, that is a pair that is not being used currently. So we'll try to bounce around a little bit between the matches here and give you a look at as much as we can in this round. Kerry Painter looking for a double to start against Walter Ray Williams Jr., and he's got it. The bracket on bowl.com is updated now. If you want to see how the matches are playing out through the bracket, you can find that right on bowl.com/Senior Masters and click on the results tab. And that'll get you right to the bracket and the live scoring. Text is a little small on the bracket, but you can zoom in on it and get a better look at it. Kerry Painter with 3 in a row to start against Walter Ray Williams Jr. 19 and 20 is where this pair is, if you want to follow on the live scoring. Let's take a look at Pete Weber, bowling Mike Diaz in this round. That match is on 53 and 54 as PDW gets the strike. Here's Walter Ray. 4-pin for Walter Ray. He's down 11, or sorry, down by, let's see, 21 early on here against Kerry Painter. Randy Peterson mixing him up for a strike against McCordick. Walter Ray trying to cover up the spare. No problem. Mike Diaz, the lefty, taking on Pete Weber. Mike Diaz has started with 3 in a row. Well, let's go back over to the other lefty, McCordick, taking on Randy Peterson. And he leaves a 6-pin. Walter Ray, there's a strike. Walter Ray strike, spare, strike to start this game. Meanwhile, Kerry Painter with the front 3. Looks like Kerry Painter stumbled a little bit there. He's going to back off and give it another try. Let's see if Kerry can keep his momentum going here. And he does, front 4. The winner of this Walter Ray Williams Jr. Kerry Painter match will take on the winner of Amleto Monticelli versus Hugh Miller. That match currently going on 45 and 46. And we will have that match, the winner of that match, in the next round on our featured pair. We will have 3 of the 4 winners bracket matches on for you live in the next round after the lunch break. Kerry Painter now with the front 5. .41-pin lead for Painter on Walter Ray Williams Jr. It's Pete Weber shooting a 3.610, it looks like. Walter Ray with a strike for a double in the 5th. Walter Ray now down 31 after 5 frames. It's Rod Tramp on the far right side of your screen, leading. Well, he will lead by 9 with a strike here. Well, let's go over to Walter Ray, who leaves a 10-pin. There's Tramp with a strike to lead by 9. You can see Lenny Borsch up in the 5th. He is ahead by 1 pin on Pete Thomas. And now they are tied if he spares it. Watching live coverage of USBC Senior Masters here on Bowl TV. Walter Ray Williams Jr. versus Kerry Painter, our featured match here in our 3rd round of match play. 3 games, total pinfall to determine the winners of the matches. All of the matches I believe that we are keeping an eye on are in the winners bracket. There's also a group of players in the elimination bracket. If they lose their next match, they are knocked out, because you are only allowed to lose twice. Or you're only allowed to lose once. If you lose again, you're done. Kerry Painter, front 5 against Walter Ray. And a fast 8 ends the string. And with a spare, he's up by 30. Mike Diaz, the lefty, with a 7-pin. And you can see the other lefty, McCordick, up on the far left side of your screen. Quite a few lefties in the winner's bracket. There's Pete Thomas, Oklahoma City. Strike for him in the 6th, and Thomas and Borsch are tied at 108 in the 5th, and both players with a strike in the 6th. Kerry Painter made his spare in the 6th frame. So after 6 frames, Painter up by 30 on Walter Ray Williams Jr. Robert Brown had a split in the 6th. Trails by 25 against Tramp. Strike there for Brown, though, and here is Pete Weber. PDW, a little emotional on that strike. And Randy Peterson bowling on the pair to his left. Randy Peterson is up by 41 on Paul McCordick. That match on 51 and 52. Mike Diaz up by 1 pin on Pete Weber as they wrap up the 7th frame. Double for Walter Ray as he has cut the deficit down to 19 now here in game 1. Take a look at Lenny Borsch. Still tied with Pete Thomas after 7 frames. Back over to Kerry Painter in the 8th. Pete Weber leaves the double wood. Double for Painter. Takes the lead back to 29. Walter Ray leaves a 10 pin on that shot in the 9th. Looks like Walter Ray might trail by quite a bit after the first game. Robert Brown with a nice super washout conversion in the 9th. Trails by 16. Pete Thomas a chance to take the lead on Lenny Borsch here in the 9th frame. And he doesn't. Walter Ray, single pin on the second shot in the 10th. It's going to put him at 217 this game. And Kerry Painter can strike out for 267. Lenny Borsch, that's his 3rd consecutive strike. He's now taken a 20-pin lead on Pete Thomas. Kerry Painter trying to close out game 1 in big fashion here, 3 in a row. Puts him in the 250s already. One more, he'll get in the 260s. Stepladder finals tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern time here on Bowl TV. Again, 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. We'll have the Stepladder finals right here on Bowl TV for you. So Kerry Painter strikes out for 267, leads Walter A. Williams Jr. by 50 after the first game. Mike Diaz, 224. Pete Weber looks like he'll be at about 212 this game. And Randy Peterson, 233 to 216 over Paul McCordick in game 1. 17-pin lead for Peterson after the first game. Just wrapping up the first game in these two matches. Robert Brown finishes at 206, but Rod Tramp had 211, so a 5-pin lead for Tramp. Pete Thomas with a spare in the 10th. Lenny Borish finished with 227, so it will be at least a 20-pin lead for Lenny Borish. Walter A starting game 2 with a spare. So big lead for Kerry Painter after game 1, 267 to 217, 50-pin lead on the all-time title and money winner on the PBA Tour, Walter A. Williams Jr. Painter showing no signs of slowing down as he starts with a double. There's a double for Walter Ray, spare double to start this game. See Pete Weber there on the right side of your screen. That's Paul McCordick on the left. You can follow along with the live scoring. There's a link right below the video you're watching, or you can go to bowl.com/seniormasters and click the results button. And that'll take you to a page that has not only the live scoring, but also the brackets if you want to view the brackets for the Senior Masters. Kerry Painter trying to keep it going, and well, he looks tough right now, doesn't he? kind of a helpless feeling for Walter Ray Williams Jr. Gary Painter, 267, and starts the next game with the front three. Painter just keeps it going. Randy Peterson with a single pin leave. Randy is up by 15 in his match against Paul McCordick. Walter Ray, fourth frame, leaves a 4-pin. Walter Ray just can't keep pace with Kerry Painter so far. And it's on the verge of spiraling out of control here for Walter Ray Williams Jr. Diaz with a strike. Diaz and Weber are on 53 and 54 if you'd like to follow them. Diaz up 11 going into game 2. And it looks like Diaz has started with the front three this game and now leads by 21 on Pete Weber. I believe Pete Weber is about to be up here on the far right side of your screen. There he is. And now Pete has the front three this game, so that cuts it back down to an 11-pin deficit for Weber as we head into the fourth frame of game 2 in that one. McCordick with another strike. That is 3 in a row for him, as he has taken a 4-pin lead on Randy Peterson. Randy Peterson and Paul McCordick, that's on 51 and 52 if you're following the live scoring. Pete Weber, Mike Diaz on 53 and 54. Kerry Painter with the front four trying to keep it going. And he does. Front five for Kerry Painter as he has taken it to Walter Ray Williams Jr. here in this winner's bracket match. See if Kerry can get another one. They're halfway through this match here now. Kerry Painter's been on fire. Front six now. '91-pin lead for Kerry Painter at this stage of the match against Walter Ray Williams Jr. That is a massive lead at the halfway point of the match, especially on someone like Walter Ray. Pete Weber. PDW feeling it a little bit over there. believe that's the front 5 for both players in that match. Randy Peterson with a 10-pin. Walter Ray, 6th frame, puts a double on the board. If you're Walter Ray, you got to be thinking, I have to pretty much strike out the rest of the way from this match if I'm going to win. I mean, you hate to think that, but that might be the situation he's in. Down by 80-plus pins with 14 frames left in the match. Walter Ray can't afford to not strike very often the rest of the way. Pete Weber, front 6 on 53 and 54 against Mike Diaz, who has the front 5. Here's Walter Ray again. That's a little better for Walter Ray. Posted that one up. Pretty sure he knew that was going to strike. Mike Diaz with a split on the front 6, and that means that Pete Weber has the lead in that match now. There's a split on the front 5 for Diaz, and Weber with the front 6. McCordick, another strike, and here's Kerry Painter with the front 6 against Walter Ray. Oh, the only thing that could stop him is that 9-pin right there. Mike Diaz trying to get back on track after that split. Here he is. And he delivers a strike. Paul McCordick taking it to Randy Peterson this game. McCordick up 27 in the match now, as Randy Peterson leaves a split, and suddenly Randy Peterson is in a lot of trouble. You can see Robin Romeo in the distance. Robin, unfortunately, is in a little bit of trouble this game. That match on 21 and 22, if you want to take a look at that one. Ron Moore, 10 pins up after the first game, but ahead by about 40 pins this game. So about a 50-pin lead for Ron Moore against Robin Romeo. Walter Ray with the 6-10, and I think Walter Ray is in deep, deep trouble here. Robert Brown has strung together 4 strikes in a row against Rod Tramp. And just like that, it jinxed him, and he misses the head pin to the right. There's Lenny Borsch. She's got 3 in a row. Lenny up 21 coming into this game. And that's 4 in a row for Lenny. Lenny Borsch up by more than 50 pins in his match. Appreciate everybody tuning in for our live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters here on Bowl TV. I'm Lucas Wiseman. Pleasure to be here with you as we watch So great matches currently in progress here in our third round of the day. Be sure to like our Facebook page, facebook.com/USBC, and you can follow us on Twitter at USBC. So Pete Weber now with the front 8. And we will show you the rest of the shots in that game for him. And if you want to follow me on Twitter, I'm at Lucas_Wiseman, at Lucas_Wiseman. You send me a tweet. Maybe tweet at me a picture of your setup to watch the live stream today. I know a lot of people like to do that. So send me a picture of your setup for the live stream today. Take a look at it. It's Carrie Painter just kind of running away from Walter Ray Williams Jr. in our featured match. Mike Diaz, 7-pin. Mike is in some trouble now against Pete since Pete's got the front 8. Randy Peterson looking for a little help on that one, doesn't get it. Randy in a lot of trouble against Paul McCordick. Kerry Painter, meanwhile, well, he's still striking. He shot 267 the first game. He's already in the 260s this game and can get into the 270s with another one right here. And he got it. All right, let's turn our attention over to Pete Weber. He's going to be on the very far right side of your screen here. It looks like he's going to take a re-rack. Yep. Kerry Painter, by the way, struck out for 279. So 267, 279 for Kerry Painter. And here goes Pete Weber with the front 8. Far right side of your screen, high, and leaves the 4-7 on that shot. Pete really wanted it. Wanted to try to put some distance between him and Diaz going into the last game. Unable to do so. There's Randy Peterson. 10th frame, looking for a double here. And he gets it, so that'll put him in the 180s. Randy had an 18-pin lead coming into this game, but Paul McCordick shooting in the 220s this game, so McCordick has the lead in that match. Pete Weber, 10th frame. Can max at 278. Robert Brown, his fill shot coming up here in game 2, can strike for 235. Trailed by 6 coming into this game, but Rod Tramp can strike out for 244. Pete Weber, Second shot in the 10th to get into the 270s. Got it. Pete Thomas off of the distance with a strike for a double. Lenny Borsch had an open in the 8th, so giving Pete an opportunity to make up some ground here. And Tramp with a split in the 10th. So unless he can make it, Brown is going to have the lead going into the last game. By the way, Kerry Painter leads Walter Ray Williams Jr. 546 to 459 after 2 games. Open frame for Tramp in the 10th. And Brown leads the match 441 to 421. George Hardiman just tweeted at me and said that guy has beat Walter Ray into submission. I would agree. Although Kerry Painter just missed a single pin to start this third game. That's not a good sign. Lack of focus maybe with the big lead. So Walter Ray's going to be up here in a second. And Walter Ray just can't buy a break. Paul McCordick leads Randy Peterson by 20 going into the last game. Mike Diaz finishing up this second game against Pete Weber with a missed 7-pin. That's brutal. Not only does Pete shoot 278, but Mike misses a single pin. And Weber leads 491 to 436. That is a 55-pin lead for Pete Weber after 2 games. McCordick with a strike. It's a double to start this third game against Peterson, and that increases the lead to 30 for Paul McCordick. And Mike Diaz rebounds after that missed single pin in the 10th. It's a strike to start game 3. Randy Peterson's got his work cut out for him here in this final game. Down by 30. Cut it back down to 20 if he strikes right here, though. Instead, he gets 6 through the face. Leaves the 3-4-6-7 split. Bad news for Randy Peterson. Brown up by 20 against Tramp on the right side of your screen here. There's Randy Peterson after the open in the second, rings a 10. And Lenny Borsch to kick off this third game. Leads by 35 against Pete Thomas. Paul McCordick can really put his foot on the accelerator here against Randy Peterson with a strike in the third, especially after Peterson opened in the second. That looks good. Oh, leaves the 10 pin. Still a 45 pin lead for McCordick if he makes the spare. Pete Weber with a spare in the second. So with 8 frames left in that match, Pete still leads by 53 pins. Kerry Painter is going to defeat Walter Ray Williams Jr. It's just a matter of what the final score will be. There's PDW in the third. Again, up by 53. That one was right. Leaves the 2 pin. Kerry Painter, by the way, he missed a single pin in the first. Strung 3 more strikes together. No big deal. He's just kind of cruising along against Walter Ray. There's Pete Thomas, strike in the third. Pete's in some trouble in this one, though. He is down by 49 against Lenny Borsch. Robert Brown is up by 21 on Tramp. They go up by 31 with a strike here in the fourth as we start to close out this third round of matches for the day. We have about an hour lunch break, and then we get started with 3 more rounds at 1:30 Pacific time. That'll be 4:30 for those of you out east this afternoon. We'll get started again. So about an hour break. And don't forget, our stepladder finals are going to take place tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern time, 3 p.m. Pacific time here in Vegas. Again, that's tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern time, right here on Bowl TV. The final 5 will take part in our stepladder finals right here on Bowl TV. So be sure to join me and our special to-be-named guest commentator for the finals. And Randy Peterson looking a little flustered right now. Just can't seem to get it together. Down by 43 pins against Paul McCordick. Lenny Borsch with the front 3. And there's another one for the front 4. He's now up by more than 60 pins on Pete Thomas. Paul McCordick, 5th frame. Nice looking strike there. Pete Weber, 4th frame. He strikes. Still up by 53 pins on Mike Diaz with 6 frames to go. Rod Tramp. Ooh, a pocket 710 in the 5th. And that is going to hurt his chances in this match. Down by 42 pins now. Make it 43 with that open. So Robert Brown in the driver's seat with half a game to go. Pete Thomas trying to hang in there. He's got a double now, but just went through the face and left the 3-6. So Lenny Borsch looks like he might be on his way to a win. Let's take a look at Pete Weber trying to put a double on the board. He can go up by 63 pins with a strike here. And he does. A double for PDW. He goes up by 63 on Mike Diaz. Mike Diaz, there's a double for him, gets it back down to 53. Randy Peterson looks like he might be toast at this point. Misses the headpin to the right and then makes the spare. Down by 46 with 4 frames left. Not out of the match yet, but isn't really showing any signs of putting up a fight here. Lenny Borsch, front 5. Again, Kerry Painter easily going to beat Walter Ray Williams Jr. It's not going to be close. It's going to be probably about an 80, 90 pin win for Kerry Painter, it looks like. Randy misses the head pin again. Just a bit of a struggle here for Randy Peterson down the stretch in this match. Lanes are tough this week. Been some high scores here in match play, but the lanes are difficult. Low scores all week long in qualifying. Mike Diaz with a 3rd consecutive strike as he cuts the deficit down to 43 against Pete Weber. Washout conversion for Brown in the 7th. PDW with a 7-10 split while we were away. And that's going to tighten that match up quite a bit. PDW going to go for it here. It only gets the one. Pin lead for Pete Weber currently with 4 frames to go. 29-pin lead for Weber. Kordick with the dagger against Peterson. And Leto Monticelli loses to Hugh Miller. Another close match for Amleto, but not able to get it done down the stretch this time around. Pete Weber with back-to-back splits for open frames. And suddenly, Pete is in a little bit of trouble here. Lenny Borsch, front 8. We'll keep an eye on that. Randy Peterson with the spare, so he's just kind of sparing along here. And you see Randy getting up quick to bowl again. That's an indication that he knows that he's done here. Paul McCordick going to knock Randy Peterson down to the elimination portion of the bracket. Big shot here from Mike Diaz on the right side of your screen. Working on 3 in a row. Comes up light and leaves the 3-5. So let's do some math here and see where we stand now on this one. Looks like a 19-pin lead for Pete Weber if Mike Diaz makes the spare. Covers it up. So 3 frames to go. A 19-pin deficit for Mike Diaz with 3 frames to go against Pete Weber. Paul McCordick closing things out here against Randy Peterson. Lenny Borsch now has the front 9. We are going to flip over to see that here in just a moment. I want to see the shot from Mike Diaz, though. We got a close match between Diaz and Weber. And Diaz with a 7-pin. We'll come back over where Lenny Borsch has the front 9. Lenny gets another one. So front 10 for Lenny Borsch. Robert Brown is going to defeat Rod Tramp. But our story right now, Lenny Borsch with the front 10. And Lenny is going to win this match against Pete Thomas. Just a matter of whether he's going to put the cherry on top here with a perfect game. And there's number 11. Lenny Borsch with an opportunity for a perfect game to close out this win against Pete Thomas, front 11. And he goes high and shoots 297. So Lenny certainly a little disappointed that he didn't get the 300, but a great game nonetheless. Kerry Painter 742 to 685 against Walter Ray Williams Jr. Pete Weber, while we were away, stepped up and doubled in the 8th and the 9th. Here's Diaz with a strike in the 9th. Tightened up the shot a little bit for you so you can see it a little better. So we enter the 10th frame. It's a 29-pin lead for Pete Weber. So Mike Diaz can strike out here for 236. And that would give him 672. Means Pete Weber would only need to shoot 181. Pete going at a 190 pace. Oh, a little lucky strike there. A 6-pin going late for Mike Diaz. Again, Diaz can strike out for 236 and 672. That would force Pete Weber to shoot 181 to tie. So that means Pete Weber would just need a mark in the 10th if Diaz strikes out here. It's a good shot. Diaz has given himself a chance here. He was down 55 going into this game, so a minor miracle that he's even in it here into the 10th frame. But he has pulled pretty well this game to get himself back in the hunt, and a couple of untimely splits by Pete Weber helped the cause a bit. Diaz fill ball is a strike for 236 and 672. So Pete Weber needs a mark here in the 10th frame to win this match. Any kind of mark here, and a few pins in count would be enough for Pete Weber to win. Oh, and Pete delivers the big strike and runs it out. And that is a winner. Pete Weber stays alive in the winner's bracket. All right, so we have a break of about an hour here. We get started actually in exactly 1 hour with our next round of matches at 4:30 Eastern Time. Hope that you will come back and join us for the next 3 rounds of matches this afternoon. We had some great matches here this morning, and I expect we'll have some great matches coming up this afternoon as well. So stick around. In about an hour, we'll be back with our continuing live coverage here of the USBC Senior Masters on Bowl TV. And if during the break you feel like sending me a tweet, you can tweet at me at Lucas_Wiseman. Let me know your thoughts on what we've seen here this morning, and maybe we'll share some of them with the audience when we come back from the break. Again, at Lucas_Wiseman. Back in about an hour here on Bowl TV. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to our continuing live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters here on Bowl TV. Ready for our next round of matches here. Practice is over, and now they're bowling for score. 3 matches at once for you here in this round because the lane assignments were in our favor one last time. Pete Weber versus Lenny Borsch, our featured matchup of a couple of USBC Hall of Famers. Other matches, Ron Moore versus Dave Axon, and Hugh Miller versus Kerry Painter. These are all winners bracket matches. So the winners in this round have a pretty good chance to make the show. And they are done for the day if they win this match. And we'll have 2 more rounds after this one of losers bracket or elimination bracket matches this afternoon. Now, I do want to remind you that the stepladder finals are going to take place tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bowl TV. And it's tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Stepladder finals. Now, if you're just joining us for the first time today, the format is pretty simple to understand. It's a double elimination match play bracket. Each match is 3 games total pinfall. And if you want to view the bracket or if you want to view the live scoring, you can see the score monitor for any pair in the bowling center. You can just go to bowl.com/seniormasters or click the link right below or beside the video you're watching. Now, you will notice when you look at the live scoring that in just a few minutes that lanes 33 through 64 will have bowling going on them. That is the non-qualifier sweeper. So match play bracket competition is on 1 through 32. So those are the pairs you're going to want to keep an eye on. There are 4 dead pairs, including the end pairs, but 1 through 32, that'll be the pairs to look at for the match play bracket. The other pairs are just the non-qualifier sweeper. Lenny Borsch. Spare strike to start for Lenny. Lenny and Pete kind of in the same family, with Lenny wearing the Roto Grip jersey and Pete, of course, with Storm. Ron Moore throwing Ebonite. So here's PDW in the second, trying to match that strike put on the board by Lenny and Pete Weber. Nice looking strike there. He's tried to stay right on the fresh, and looks like that's the game plan for this round as well. They have re-oiled the lanes, so they are fresh now for this afternoon session. Most of the matches tomorrow will be on fresh as well. I think all of them actually are on fresh tomorrow. You can help us spread the word about the live stream. Certainly would appreciate it. You can get your friends to watch. I know there's some pretty nasty weather in the Northeast, so maybe just stay home and watch us here on Bowl TV. Keep the TV on, your local weather, but turn on Bowl TV and enjoy some nice bowling coverage here. Completely free. Bowl TV always free, and a benefit of your USBC membership. We wouldn't be able to bring you this live streaming unless you were members, so we certainly appreciate everybody out there who's a USBC member. This is one of many member benefits out there. So Lenny and Pete both spare double to start. here in game 1 of 3. Again, 3 games total pinfall to determine our winners in these matches. And these are all winners bracket matches. So Lenny with another strike. Pete will look to match it here in just a moment. Ron Moore leading Dave Axon by 12 after 3 frames. Kerry Painter and Hugh Miller pretty even. 2-pin lead for Miller as they are finishing up the 3rd frame over there. Here's Pete Weber in the 4th. And Pete with another strike. 3 in a row for him. So all even after 4 frames in this matchup of USBC Hall of Famers. Ron Moore, top of your screen, looking for a double, and leaves the 10-pin. Had a very, very slow pin rolling across the deck that had neither enough speed or oomph to take out that 10. Weber, 5th frame, rings a 10-pin. Just tuning in, live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters here on Bowl TV. Appreciate everybody joining us. And Lenny Borsch with the 10-pin, so unable to take the lead on that shot. If he makes the spare, they'll be tied after 5 frames. Francis asking what the pattern is. This is a USBC Senior Masters pattern. Special pattern for this event, 40-foot sport, about 2.5 to 1 ratio, using Kegel ice oil. Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider of United States Bowling Congress tournaments. Axon with a split in the 5th, so unless he can find a way to convert that, he's going to fall even further behind against Moore. Pete Weber trying to stay even with Lenny Borsch. And he rings another 10-pin. Back-to-back ring 10s for Pete Weber. Pete manages to cover up the spare. No problem there in the 6th. One pin lead for Lenny Borsch in our featured match against Pete Weber. And there is the first real big mistake of this match as Pete misses right, leaves the 2-8-10, and he is just absolutely incensed about that. Just not happy at all. Off camera, he was could tell he's visibly upset by that shot. Ron Moore, a little light hit for a strike. He is ahead by 25 against Dave Axon. They are in the 6th frame of this first game. And Pete takes 2 of them. It's a hard split to make, and he takes the 2-10 out. Hugh Miller leads Kerry Painter by 1 pin through 6 frames. And again, you can find the live scoring, which will show you all of the matches in terms of where they stand from a scoring standpoint at bowl.com/seniormasters. Click on results. It's also where you can find the bracket. Lenny Borsch trying to put the squeeze on Pete Weber here. Another strike for Borsch. It's 3 in a row. And now a 35-pin lead for Lenny, just like that. It's amazing how fast that can happen. Again, you can follow the scores on the live scoring application either by clicking the link below the video you're watching or go to bowl.com/seniormasters. and click the results icon, or not icon, but the results link. Live scoring and brackets are both on that link. Pete with another 2-8-10 on the left lane. It's back-to-back 2-8-10s on that left lane for PDW. Ron Moore with a 7-10 split. Let's see if Pete can make this one. Oh, he gets two of them and almost, you probably couldn't see it on the screen there, but almost popped it out of the back there to pick it up. But Pete's in some big trouble now. Only 170 in the ninth for Pete. Robert says in the chat that PDW is starting to get ticked off. I would agree with that. I would too if I were him. Ron Moore with an open. That'll tighten things up with Dave Axon. Lenny Borsch can really put a hurt on Pete Weber here in the 9th and the 10th frames. Yeah, that had 10 pin written all over it as soon as he let it go. Hugh Miller leads Kerry Painter by 12 pins. 2 frames to go in game 1. Lenny Borsch leads by 48 here against Weber. 10th frame of game 1. Double in the 10th for Lenny. Gets him into the 240s here in game 1. Shoot 248 if he strikes on the fill. Best Pete Weber can shoot 200. .13-pin lead for Ron Moore, working in the 9th frame against Dave Axon. So 248 for Lenny Borsch. Pete's got to find a way to carry, and he's got to figure out that left lane. Light hit carries for Pete. The thing that really has killed Pete this game is that left lane, and he's come up light a couple of times. He'll need to make an adjustment when he does get back over to lane 13. Kerry Painter has taken the lead against Hugh Miller by 4 pins. Pete does get the double in the 10th. As all 3 of our matches are starting to wrap up game 1 of 3. Pete shoots 199, down by 49 pins after game 1. .184 for Ron Moore. Dave Axon can strike out for 183 this game. Hugh Miller struck out for 199. Kerry Painter can strike out for 203. Well, Axon fails to double, so he'll trail by at least 11 going into game 2. Pete starts off with a split here in game 2, and you just have the feeling that it's not going to go his way this match. Pete looks fed up, frustrated, and ticked off. And that might be putting it nicely. Now remember, it's been a while since Pete's thrown a shot on this left lane, and he came up light on his last 2 times in 2-8-10, both times on this. Looks like he had a little foot problem there on that shot. And manages to strike. Threw a little harder than he had been. Probably because he had a little issue with his footing right there. Hugh Miller leads Kerry Painter by 12, 199 to 187 after the first game. Hello to Veronica in Chile, my invisible friend. Borsch up 10 so far this game to add to that 49 from game one. He's up 59 overall. Third frame for Borsch, and it was almost a pocket 7-10. It turns into just a 10 pin, so Lenny's carry going away a little bit here, but he's lucky because Pete's not really pressing him yet. And I have a feeling that Weber will get it together here pretty soon. So Pete Weber trying to put a double on the board here to narrow the gap a little bit. And it does. Certainly didn't expect Pete Weber to struggle for very much longer. Too good of a player to struggle for very long. And Pete now within 48 pins. Ron Moore, second frame. That one, a little end over end. Didn't have a chance to carry on that shot. If you're looking at the live scoring, lanes 1 through 32 are where match play is going on. The other lanes, 33 through 64, are the non-qualifier sweeper, if you're wondering what's going on over there. But 1 through 32 are lanes for match play here for the rest of the way. 2 more rounds to go after this one before we call it a day. A few more rounds tomorrow morning in the stepladder finals at 6 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday evening. As Pete Weber strikes again and pulls to within 38 against Lenny Borsch now. all of a sudden, it's kind of flipped, hasn't it? Went from Lenny dominating and Pete struggling to now Pete dominating and Lenny struggling. But Lenny still has that cushion from the first game to work with. .3610 for Lenny Borsch here. And he covers it up nicely. And Lenny back on track with a strike, a little light strike in the fifth as we approach the halfway point of this match. Pete Weber will have a chance to pull to within 26 or so here. Yeah, Pete can pull to within 25 if he strikes in the fifth here to make it 4 in a row. It's an important shot for Pete. He needs to continue making up ground while he can. Taking a long time on this shot, and I had a feeling he was going to back off. You could just tell he was fidgeting a little bit and didn't look comfortable, and he backed off. So now our three pairs are right next to each other, and they're all looking at each other. Well, who's going to go now? Because that kind of threw everything out of disarray, into disarray here in this double jump system these guys use. So Ron Moore says, I'll go. You ever notice that Ron Moore's got a little smiley face on the back of his jersey there? Under the H and the R. Maybe Ron wishes he hadn't gone. Leaves 2-4-10. So let's see if Pete can get it off his hand this time. Yep, he liked that right off his hand. He's staring somebody down over there. I don't know what's going on down there. Pete's not happy with something. Oh, and Ron almost makes it. So Pete with 4 strikes in a row has narrowed the gap to 25. Oh, and the messenger goes in front of the 10. Pete now trails by 26 as they have passed into the past the halfway point, I should say, of this match. They're in the 6th frame of Game 2. Appreciate everybody watching. We are live from the South Point Bowling Center. The USBC Senior Masters here live on Bowl TV. I'm Lucas Wiseman. Thanks for tuning in and joining us this afternoon, our live coverage here on Bowl TV. Thanks to your USBC membership dollars. Hard at work for you here this week. Free live coverage as Lenny Borsch mixes it up for a strike. One came up light. He got the 10 to go late for the double. It pushes his lead back to 36. Nice shot by Dave Axon, as he has thrown 4 strikes in a row now and taken the lead against Ron Moore. .25-pin lead for Dave Axon. Hugh Miller with an open frame misses the washout. And Lenny Borsch looks like he might be back in business here with a 3-bagger. Momentum can shift so quickly in these matches. Ron Moore looking for a double there, leaves the 10. See if Pete can get to striking again here. It's going to go high. Yeah, you can tell right off his hand that it was going to go high. And he leaves the 4-pin. I'm not sure if Pete realized it, but I could tell right away as soon as he let it go that it was going to go a little bit high. And he picks the spare. It looks like Pete's throwing a different ball on each lane, because after he throws the shot on the right lane, he takes his, I'm not sure what kind of thumb grip that is, switch grip or whatever, but he takes it out of one ball, puts it in another. So I think he's throwing a different ball on each lane. And we did see that he had trouble with that left lane. It was, I don't know, a little tighter or what, but he left a couple of 2-8-10s back to back on that left lane and made a switch. And so now it looks like he's throwing a different ball on each lane. It's pretty close. Yep, high hard one there for the strike. Dave Axon leaves a wobbling 7-pin in the 7th. Lenny Borsch trying to keep the string of strikes going. And he does with 4 in a row. Lenny leaves the 4-pin in the 9th on the 4-bagger. but he still leads by 61 on Weber. Pete Weber leaves the 10 on that shot in the 9th frame. As Eric Pearson joins us now. Hi, Eric.
Hi, Lucas. Yeah, he wiggled it there. 9 and a wiggle.
Yeah, Pete seemed awfully irritated in this match. He's kind of on edge. He had a bad first game, and then he started getting annoyed with somebody to his right who may have been edging up on him with lane courtesy-wise, and kind of got in his head a little bit. And just doesn't seem like he's in a good frame of mind right now. He's down more than 50.
Yeah, it looks like he's playing a little farther left than he was earlier in the day also.
And they are bowling on fresh now. We just ran them, so.
Correct, yep. They were starting to get pretty nice there at the end of the third round of matches. Some of the pairs were starting to open up a little bit.
And then you came in with the old wash and wax and
That's right.
reset them for him.
Throw down some new wax.
Ron Moore with a strike in the 9th.
He looks like he's playing them similar to earlier.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot different there.
He's getting his lunch handed to him a little bit this game, though, by Dave Axon.
Dave's been bowling very well. Turned it on in qualifying and has carried it over into the matches.
It's a good shot by Pete. Pete's throwing a different ball on each lane because every time the ball comes back, he has to wait to get his switch grip thing out and switch it over to the other ball. And Pete can max at 227 this game. And Lenny can get to 234, but Lenny leads by 49 coming into this game.
Yeah, Lenny's no slouch. He's very good in the match play.
Yeah, Lenny's a Hall of Famer too, just like Pete Weber.
Finished with 297, didn't he? The last round of matches, I think he had the front 11.
Yeah, and then he left a big split on the last shot. Pete gets a double. Still doesn't look happy, and I don't blame him. He's going to have a lot of ground to make up in the last game.
I mean, anything can happen. You don't know. I mean, maybe he finds it here and has a look where he can pop 240 or 250 the next game, and at the same time, maybe Lenny sees a little transition and can't throw a double the next game for a while, and it might tighten up.
Yeah, we saw that earlier in this game. Lenny went through a little transition the first 4 frames of this game. Pete was able to make up a little bit of ground, but then it kind of flipped itself back again.
And that ball's wider. Got back.
And Pete kind of lost his carry for a little bit in the back half of this game, and that slowed him down.
Well, it's just crazy how, you rerun the lanes and everybody always has an opinion of how they're different and why they're different. I mean, all you can do is watch the players and, see the angles that they're going at. But I've always been told that the lower end of South Point here is a little bit tighter. I should say higher scores come off of this.
On the 1 through 32 side?
Yeah, take that back. They tend to have more hook down the lane, so yeah, they tend to see higher scores, I was told, on the lowered number lanes.
Gotcha. Well, Lenny leaves just the 4-pin on that shot. He's going to be in the 220s. So Pete's going to pick up a few pins, but not much. And Dave Axon, meanwhile, has strung together 4 strikes in a row. Can strike on the fill for 248.
In his last match, it's not that he had it in hand the last round, but he was ahead and just cruising along, and the other guy was coming up close, but they got into a back and forth striking match, and then Dave left a solid 8 and left the other, I can't remember who he was bowling, but the other guy got back in the match, and they ended up tying, right? Isn't that the one match we had a roll-off on the last round?
Yeah, we did have a roll-off in that last round. And
I mean, I don't quite know how they finished the 9th and 10th frames, but when I walked by, it looked like Dave had it in hand. And
it was bowling Jimmy Pritz Jr.
That's it, Jimmy, yep. And then all of a sudden I heard there's a roll-off down there, and I had to get the lane machines out, and I looked up, and it was Dave bowling. And
Lenny gets 7 on the fill for 220.
Lenny yesterday said there was a short time frame during qualifying where he just decided to go with kind of just a high, hard rocket shot, try to cut down his angles and play the lane as straight as he could. It's almost looks like what he's trying to do here. He's kind of just firing it down the lane, and the last 2 balls there, it looks like he got him in a little bit, and they had no chance at striking.
42-pin lead for Lenny Borsch over Pete Weber, 468 to 426. Someone asking in the chat, Eric, and you'll know the answer to this. What's the lane courtesy rule for this tournament? Is there one?
Good question.
I think the most of the pros.
We
oh, look at the 10 go very late. He says that it hit the rack. I didn't think it did. I think that's a strike. Could be wrong, but let's see if we can take a look at it on our.
Yeah, I didn't really see the pins speed up. I mean, it just looked like it fell.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell with the GS machines because of the cage of the rack.
We're going to take a look at it here on our internal replay and see if it goes.
I think it's a strike.
And see if
they're setting it.
Yeah, we should tell them. Should we tell them?
Can we call that? What's the ruling?
We saw the replay and it's a strike. So
I mean, I'm not really considered a tournament official.
Maybe you should be. You might want to go down and talk to him. We'll send Eric down there, but that clearly looked like a strike to me.
I hate to affect the match here, but
well, Eric's going to hang down there. Looked like as they say in the chat, looked like a clean fall. And they're going to let the strike stand. Looked pretty clear on the replay that we saw internally here. I don't have the replay to show you guys, but I want it to be fair and certainly look like our strike. Low-scoring match between Painter and Miller. 373 to 367. Painter leads by 6. And Lenny with a 10-pin here in the second. Lenny's still up by 42 here in the late stages of this game. Second frame now for Pete Weber. And he puts a double on the board, pulls to within 32. Dave Axon in the top right corner there with a double to start this game. Three in a row now for Weber. Lenny Borsch, third frame. Gets the strike. He leads by 22. Lenny with another strike for a double. He goes up by 32 in the match. And I want to be clear on that that late strike by Pete in the first frame. We did not make that call, Eric. Neither Eric nor I. We brought it to the attention of Dwayne Hagan, who's the tournament director, and he ultimately made the call. But those things are so tough to.
That's kind
to
of a weird
see.
one because the player was willing to take the 9, but
Yeah,
nobody else thought it was 9.
I think Pete just didn't quite see it all the way through.
And I'm looking at saying the official score said strike.
That's correct.
And it is a little bit different with these pin setters. To detect the pin, the table has to actually come down and sit on the pin. So even if the machine did hit it, it would still have marked a strike because when the table came down, it would not have seen any pins. There's no cameras. There's no scanners looking for pin standing. But I think what people get fooled on these because there's no bottom plate. Like if you bowl on a Brunswick A2, there's actually a metal plate. The pins are like there's a circular area where the pins are actually set through. So most of the time, when the pin deck does come down, if something's a little off or whatever, the deck will hit it and you'll see the pin pick up speed or tip over at a funny angle. It's pretty easy to see. With these, you never see that. All you see is the wire cage come down and it looks like it's on top of the pin, but it's not. So I think Pete got fooled by that visual and just thought the machine hit it, but.
Well, it's behind us now, and Pete has the front 5. And Lenny is going to have to do some work here in the back half of this game to hang on to win this match.
I guess the way I look at it, when it's all said and done, the pin setter did not hit that pin. The right thing happened. He should have struck on that ball.
And I would agree, yep. And I think just about everybody else back here would agree too. Jeff Riggles is standing back here, and he said he thought it struck, and he's friends with Lenny Borsch, so,
Yeah.
But Lenny strikes again, so it may be a non-issue by the time this is all over anyways.
Yeah, exactly. There's a couple bowlers off to the side also that said, what's he doing? That pin went down, and
Pete and Lenny are both starting to get it going here at the end of this match. Starts getting down to the nitty-gritty here. It's a 24-pin lead for Lenny Borsch with half a game to go. You can follow all the live scoring at bowl.com/seniormasters. Click the results link. That'll take you to live scoring and the bracket.
See, if he stays light like that, it's a strike every time. If that ball gets another board higher in the pocket, that's going to be a flat 10.
Seems like the light hits carry pretty good, at least for some of the guys.
Yeah, I don't know what he's moved off of, but he kind of finished that last game with a couple high ones, and now every ball he's thrown has been light. Kind of that light swishing strike.
Let's see if we can update some of the other matches here for you that are on the screen. And Dave Axon has a pretty decent lead with half a game to go on Ron Moore. It's 52-pin lead for Dave Axon with half a game to go. Here's Pete Weber with the front 5, 6th frame, trailing by 34. And he leaves the 10-pin. And now Weber might be in a little bit of trouble, especially if Lenny steps up and tosses a couple more strikes at him.
Yeah, you said down how much after 2?
He was down after 2, 44. Sorry, 42.
42 going into the game. Now
Yeah.
he's down another 12 potentially if Lenny goes off the sheet. 279, 280. I'm sorry, just a pin.
Yeah, just a pin.
So this game's basically even. My bad, Lenny's
This,
spare was
yeah,
in the
this
second.
game is pretty even, but so Pete's still down by a few marks here in this game. Ron Moore trying to mount a comeback here. See if Pete can make a spare. No problem. I believe it's a 33-pin lead for Lenny Borsch with 4 frames to go. Pete just very irritable in this match for some reason. Question in the chat, will the losers bracket be webcast as well? And yeah, we have 2 rounds of all elimination matches coming up after this round.
Yeah, and back to the lane courtesy. I'm not sure if it's written 1 or 2 lane courtesy, but we do announce when we get the players in the paddock area prior to starting that we'd like them to follow what, kind of the way the PBA does it, where
Double jump.
every other pair gets up and bowls. So, with Pete on 13 and 14, nobody on 15, 16, or 11 and 12 would throw. So basically every other pair is getting up, and then the pair next to them get up. It's actually a very nice routine, and it works out very well if everybody knows how to follow it.
Wow, did you see that? Dave Axon just
Straight back.
took the 6-pin straight back. Or sorry, the 4-pin straight back on the 4-7.
Very weird.
It's a bad break for him because that kind of tightens up that match a little bit.
He's thinking, I threw right at it, I hit it the right way, and
well, Pete's down 34 pins now. And if Lenny steps up and goes strike here in the 7th and 8th, that 34 becomes 54 real quick with just a couple of frames to go. So Lenny with a real chance to kind of start to pencil in the W if he can strike on these next 2 shots, 7th and 8th frame. Here we go. Lenny Borsch working on 4 strikes in a row.
oh, kind of stuck at the line there, but
And left a 10-pin.
he is definitely just kind of firing away, just kind of piping it down the lane, not giving away the pocket at all.
I think it's a smart play when you've got the lead.
I find it hard to believe that ball holds, though. As much as it looked like he's stuck on that shot and helped it, it just kind of made a beeline for the 1-3 and never really even hooked, and rings the 10. That's funny. Yeah, you mentioned Lenny as a Hall of Famer. As for me, I mean, from his area, knowing him and watched him. And of course, had Lenny beat up on me many times on the lanes. One of the newer Hall of Famers.
Yeah, just inducted a couple years ago.
And I don't keep up, Lucas.
Well, Lenny led by 42 coming into this game, and Pete's made up 9 pins. So with 3 frames to go, it'd be a 33-pin lead for Lenny. So Lenny Borsch can control his own destiny here.
Yeah. So if you start, what does Pete have? Ever 4 what?
Pete has 426.
26, and he's got room for 68.
And Lenny's at 68 coming into this game.
So 694 for Pete if he rides.
See what Lenny does here in the 8th.
Wow.
It's kind of a high, hard one, huh?
Jeez. Just a little bit of turn down the lane, and that's enough. Yeah.
It's been a very interesting match.
So Pete can only strike out for 694 if my math is right. And Lenny, with 68 plus already, only needs 220.
227?
7.
Yeah.
So
And Lenny's going at 229 pace right now.
yeah, if he just spare strikes out exactly. So
Yeah.
definitely, has to get.
He just needs to go. If Pete strikes out, I think Lenny just needs to go 9 spare, 9 spare strike to win by
just
1.
good counts and spares,
Yeah.
exactly. That's what I was trying to get at. Yep.
Sometimes it's hard to do all that math.
Well, he won't
these
lose any.
three-game
He
matches.
doesn't lose any count on this frame, obviously, with the strike
Yeah,
up.
because Lenny doesn't. Yes. But Pete is in a must-strike situation the rest of the way to have any chance. For the most part.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Pete's just thinking with with these 4 winners matches going on right here. Maybe he's thinking one and one should be going at a time, or
Yeah, it could be. You notice that too. He's getting a little.
yeah, like he's on 13 and 14. Maybe the only other pair that should be jumping up there is 19 and 20.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not quite sure.
Well, Pete's in some trouble. 4 pin in the 8th. And it sure looks like he might be headed to the elimination portion of the bracket. Ron Moore down 32 with 2.5 frames to go against Dave Axon. Looks like Dave Axon in pretty good shape. Good time to remind you that the stepladder finals are going to take place tomorrow right here on Bowl TV at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 p.m. Pacific. Be sure to tune in tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, for the stepladder finals of the USBC Senior Masters. Top 5, actually the top 5, the final 5 will make it into the stepladder.
And now the 4 players here that win this match, they come back tomorrow morning, and they're 1 match away from not necessarily being on the show, but if you get to that final couple matches there,
Yeah.
there's only 1 guy that doesn't make it.
Yeah, the
to
winner.
the show.
Yeah, the winners of this match have a real good shot to make the show.
Yeah.
As Pete gets a strike in the 9th, but Pete can only max at 257 this game, and it's not going to be enough.
Lenny's in the 250s maxed also.
Lenny just needs to stay clean. If Lenny throws this one, it doesn't matter what he does in the 10th
Nope.
frame.
And I'm going to start grabbing scores here.
Yeah,
I think we're
and
starting
you
to
know
finish
what?
up, update the bracket board.
And you know what, Eric? The strike in the first by Weber that fell late, that got reversed, it ends up being a non-issue.
Non-issue.
Yep.
No, it's kind of weird, and like I said, I don't know exactly what the exact call is.
That's a winner. Lenny Borsch is going to defeat Pete Weber and move on in the winner's bracket. We'll let Eric step out
All
and
right,
go
thanks.
and do the bracket. Thanks, Eric. So Lenny Borsch hanging on for the win here against Weber. Interesting match. Fun to watch. Find all the live scoring right on bowl.com. And that will tell you how these matches have finished up. If some of the matches are already have the Senior Masters logo over top of it, you can click a button that says Show Commercials Over Inactive Lanes. Turn that off, and it will show you all of the matches. Looks like Keene defeated Amke. Let's see here. McCreary defeated Wagner. Baker defeats Worrell. Here's some cheering down there. I think Ron Winger just made a split in the 10th against Kenny Parks. That match on 23 and 24. I think that split kind of keeps Winger in the match. I don't have a camera on it, unfortunately. Terry Painter with another strike. That is 5 in a row for him. So he is pulling away from Hugh Miller. Final score, Lenny Borsch 705, Pete Weber 670 in our featured match. Yeah, Winger made a split in the 10th, forced Kenny Parks to double to win the match now. So I'll let you know what happens with that. Hugh Miller leaves us 7-9. Ron Moore, 10th frame, working on a strike. It's the first one. Let's see if Ron still has a chance here in this one. He might. Ron can strike out for 609. That would force Dave Axon to shoot 193, and Dave would need a mark at that point. So Ron Moore needs a strike here to force Axon to mark with count. Gets the strike. Kenny Parks did not double, by the way, and lost by 4 pins to Ron Winger. Ron Moore fill ball. Oh, he gets 6. Bad count. Yeah, that count hurts him a little bit. Takes some of the pressure as far as count goes off for Axon, but Axon still needs a mark to win the match here. Axon needs a mark to win. See what happens here. Oh, and he gets the strike. And that's a winner for Dave Axon. Just needs about 4 pins on 2 shots. Kerry Painter defeats Hugh Miller. They're just wrapping up down there. Looks like Brown will defeat McCordick in the other winner's bracket match. Have a little bit of a break before the next round. Shouldn't be too long of a break before we get started. Get regrouped and figure out what lanes we're going to have for you. But it'll be all elimination matches from here on out today. 2 more rounds of matches. All of our matches are determined here, just finishing up, filling out frames, and then we'll get started with our next round here in just a few minutes, live on Bowl TV. And we are ready to get started here with our next round of matches. We've got Harry Sullins versus Mike Diaz. Tom Baker against Rod Tramp. 15, 16, 17, and 18 are featured pairs for this round. Tom Baker will start things off with a 2-4-5. Bracket should be updated soon here, so let's give it a couple of minutes, and Eric is over there punching the buttons right now, getting that thing updated. All of the matches that are going on right now and in the next round are all elimination matches, so we will lose some more players after this round. The winners in the winners bracket last round have the rest of the day off. They'll be back tomorrow morning to contend in the bracket. For winners in the winners bracket that last round, Lenny Borsch defeated Pete Weber. Dave Axon defeated Ron Moore. Kerry Painter beat Hugh Miller. And then in the other winners bracket match, it was Brown defeating McCordick. So we've got Brown versus Painter and Borsch versus Axon tomorrow morning. And our opening match is at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Format remains the same. 3 games total pinfall to determine the winners of each match. It's like that the entire way. Harry Sullins with a 9-pin leave in the third. Match is tied early on here. Mike Diaz with a spare and a double to start this game against Sullins. Yeah, throws another one. Gives him a 20-pin lead early on in this match. Looks like the bracket has been updated on bowl.com if you want to check it out. New scores are loaded up. Tramp with a double takes an 11-pin lead on Baker. Just tuning in, you're watching live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman with you as we watch this round of losers bracket competition, or elimination bracket, if you will. Losers of these matches are knocked out of the tournament. Tramp covers up the single pin in the 5th, so halfway through game 1 of 3. And Tramp leads Baker by 12. Harry Sullins looking for a 3-bagger here. And he gets it. Gets him to within 8 of Mike Diaz. Mike Diaz, 7th frame. Other matches going on in this round. Got Ron Winger versus Randy Peterson. Mark Williams versus Amleto Monticelli. Chris Keene versus Walter Ray Williams Jr. Mike Edwards, our defending champion, taking on Jimmy Pitts Jr. Mark McCreary taking on Robin Romeo, the only woman still left in the field. Wayne Webb's bowling Pete Thomas. And of course our two featured matches, Harry Sullins versus Mike Diaz, Tom Baker versus Rod Tramp. Sullins actually has taken a 2-pin lead on Diaz, although Diaz can snag it right back here, and he leaves the 7-pin. Another strike for Sullins. It's 5 in a row. Sullins going to take a re-rack here in the 9th. Tramp still leading Baker by 13. Baker has not thrown a strike yet in this game. Harry Sullins just continuing to strike away here at Mike Diaz. Sullins can max out this game at 270. Mike Diaz is max 248 if he were to strike out. Ring 7 for Diaz in the 9th. Diaz can still get into the 230s here in this first game. But it looks like he might be down by quite a bit the way that Sullins is going. Yeah, welcome back, Eric Pearson, my partner in crime today.
How's it going, Lucas?
Pretty good.
Winding down here.
Yeah, we got just one more round to go after this one. And these are the guys fighting for their lives in the bracket, because they lose here, they're done.
Correct, and then these, all the winners of these matches will be paired up since they're all in the elimination bracket, and go one more round.
That's
the
right.
Winners of those matches will come back at 8 a.m. and bowl the 4 bowlers that we just saw get knocked into the contenders bracket.
Yeah, I think that Hugh Miller was a little surprised that he was done. I saw him wandering around down there trying to figure out where he was bowling next, but he got some time off.
He wrote the scores down backwards
really?
and then totaled them wrong, and then it never got turned in. So we were unsure who won. There were people over by the table saying, Kerry had won, but we didn't know because we didn't have the official recap. So I ran down and got it and redid the numbers, and Kerry did advance. But because they were in the winner's bracket, even though the bowlers that got knocked out that round, Pete Weber and who else was there? Ron Moore.
Yeah, Paul McCordick.
Yeah, because they're one match further into the winner's bracket, they are now obviously 2 matches further into the contenders bracket.
Yep.
So they have to wait for all of these gentlemen and lady. Is it right?
That's
We have
right.
one lady left.
Robin's still bowling.
To duke it out here this afternoon, and so tomorrow morning we'll have 4 undefeated players, and should be 8 in the elimination bracket. Matches at 8 o'clock and 9:15.
Yeah, we're down to 12 after today.
Yep, 8 and 4. Yep.
players. Yep.
So yeah, the matches are a little bit different because of the change of the finals. We want to do a stepladder final tomorrow afternoon, so we had to cram in more matches today. So we had everybody bowl. Anybody that was still in the field bowled the 3 matches this morning. And we didn't necessarily need to have the winners come back that first match, but why not? It's going to be fresh. Just get everybody to come back after a lunch break, and everybody bowl one more match there. And so now those bowlers are all finished till tomorrow morning, whether it was win or lose. But these folks who obviously got into the elimination bracket sooner are going to have to just keep on bowling.
Yeah, when you get into the elimination bracket, you bowl every round.
Yeah, so you could end up bowling 18 games today. And then tomorrow morning we'll narrow it all down to your top 2 seeds. And then the 4 remaining contenders will all bowl off, with 3 of them advancing to a 5-person stepladder, which is the change of format. We've always had that because all of our shows are a little bit different. When we've done the Queens, it was always 5 people on the show. And then the Masters at one time was 5, and then it could have been 4. Because the TV show, once we get to TV for the Masters, it's considered a PBA TV show.
Yep.
And we really like to follow the routine that they follow for their events when it gets to the show. So therefore, every single of these tournaments, even though they're similar in nature and qualifying and all that, the elimination bracket does vary slightly. But we really like what we have now with having the finals all the same, basically. 5 people in a stepladder. 3 of them are coming from the elimination bracket. So a little bit of consistency there. Moving into the future, the bracket will be actually based on entries. So if there are years where we might have fewer entries, we wouldn't have 64 people in the bracket. I don't think we'll have any trouble with the Masters and the Senior Masters. But for the Queens and say the Senior Queens, if entries are a little bit lower, we will go with a 32-person bracket.
Or 48, right? Didn't we do 48 last year for the Queens?
Yeah, we tried it, but it
didn't work out too well.
It was really hard to the bowlers. What ended up happening is you have somewhere you have to get down to a magic number of 16 or 32, because as the losers get knocked out and go down, and then the winners lose, you have to have an even amount of people waiting for the number that are losing. So if you have 8 people in the winner's bracket, 4 of them are going to lose. Well, there needs to be 4 losers there waiting for them, basically.
Yeah.
So when you start with 48 people, you really can't do it because you end up with numbers like 24 and 12 instead of 8
exactly.
and 16.
You have to have buys in there somewhere.
So we did a thing where we did a bye. But if you lost your first match, you went down, you dropped into the contenders bracket. And then if you received that bye, but then you lost your first match, which was really the second round, you dropped down into that same round of the contenders bracket. And some of the ladies didn't like that. I'm like, well, there's no really other good way to do it. So what we did is they fell back around, actually, into the elimination bracket, but we gave them extra money.
Yeah,
so we gave them a $200 bonus for being in the top 16. But that didn't seem to matter. They didn't quite understand the give and take of it. But, I don't know. If there's a better way to do it.
We're always open to suggestions,
We are
right?
open to suggestions.
Well, just to recap where we are after the first game in these matches, Harry Sullins 259, Mike Diaz 235, so a 24-pin lead for Sullins. And Tramp leading Baker by 5 after game 1.
Now, Peterson's last match this morning, it looked like he had some tricky ball reaction. He finished his last game. He was kind of all over the map. Missed the head pin on a shot. Saw him go through the face a couple times. I don't remember who he was bowling that eliminated him, but just like he had a strange look where at that same point in time a lot of other bowlers had a really good look with the way the lanes transitioned. And now back here, everybody bowling a second match on these pairs. And then that'll so every pair this afternoon will get used twice. And then tomorrow will be fresh. Don't know if there's really a perfect way to do things. Re-oil, leave them fry out. Not that they look like they were ever going to get dry with what we have out there. But you start to get into different theories of who does it favor. There were years ago where they never re-oiled. You bowled all day long.
Yeah.
I can remember matches in Milwaukee at, Friday night at 9 o'clock, and they were bowling on what had been oiled at, like 11 in the morning or noontime. The lanes sat all day. I'm not saying that's any better or worse. But I'm starting to believe a lot of bowlers are getting used to bowling on the fresher conditions with the way formats of different tournaments are run. With the multitude of ball choices and surfaces that you can put on the ball, there shouldn't be any reason any style of bowler should be able to find some sort of a look on fresh oil. And a lot of people feel like the game of bowling is put out a pattern and watch it dry up and see who can adjust as it changes. But then you also bring in the scenario of, pairs changing for the better or the worse. And now luck of the draw, who do you catch on that pair of lanes? So it's just fresh oil as often as possible a better idea. I don't know. That's all up for discussion.
Yeah. It's always a debate, that's for sure. What's not up for debate is how well Harry Sullins is bowling in this match. 259 front 3. And
that's a great example. There's a guy that when they dry up and he can move left and fire away, he's going to bowl well with the rev rate he has and his style. But has bowled very well on everything this week.
Yeah, I love the way Harry Sullins throws the ball. It's fun to watch. And he's an animated guy as well, so, that makes it more interesting to watch. Randy Peterson off to our left with the front 6 this game against Ron Winger, trailing by about 19 pins coming into this game, but Randy's made it all back up now. You can watch on the live scoring. Randy's on 9 and 10 this game.
Yeah, a lot of strong players still here. I'm not sure what the score is, but who's Mark Williams bowling down there?
Well, we can certainly look that up on the live scoring here if I call it up. Mark Williams is bowling Amleto Monticelli. I can see that from here without even calling up the live score. You can't see that?
I was going to say, where's Amleto? I had M in my mind, but...
yeah, he's bowling Monticelli. You need some glasses, son. You can't read these scoreboards?
No.
I can read every scoreboard from 1 to 32.
Yeah, I can read web over there. The name on the bottom is a blur.
Yeah, wow, that's
and
Thomas.
That's it. That's as far as I can go. Come on, that's.
It's a good thing you don't need to see
5 pairs away. What are you talking about?
It's a good thing you don't need to see very well to push a button on the lane machine.
Yeah, especially if you have the lane walkers and you only have to push it once.
Exactly right.
Yeah. Come in the morning, go through the routine of doing all of our checks and our making sure everything's running right, and then get them started. And basically, it's like sitting at the park watching the kids.
Well, I think that Mike Diaz could be in some trouble here if he doesn't start to carry some strikes the way that Harry Sullins is bowling.
That is pretty straight. And Mike's, I wouldn't say he's been hit or miss this week, but a lot of solid games and then just a handful of grind-out games to not get in trouble. But I want to say there was a short time he was not in the cut.
Mike Diaz?
Yes.
Yeah, he was well within the cut. He was like second or third after the first day. And then with 2 games to go, he was out of the cut. And he shot 230 to get in.
I remember seeing him. Did he ever get to minus? Like he was on like a
Yeah,
-4 seems to pop into my mind.
Yeah, he may actually have gotten to under.
And then we were reading off the sheets, and he was plus 60, and I was like, well, where did that come from?
Yeah.
I'm sitting in the back room doing the scores, and I'm thinking I've got a wrong score or something.
Yeah, he shot 230
Okay.
the last 2. Bowling Machine is asking if we can put the camera on the Lenny versus Dave Axon match, and we will first thing tomorrow morning when they actually bowl, because they don't bowl till tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. If you look on the bracket at the very top, it tells you what time that round is. Look at Harry Sullins. He's got it going on, doesn't he? Front 6. But yeah, those winners bracket matches are tomorrow morning, and let's see what lanes they're on. They're going to be on 13 and 14 and 19 and 20. So we will have those for you right here on Bowl TV. Those are going to be our featured matches tomorrow morning.
Can you reach that far with the one camera, or would it be
yes.
where it is just at an angle?
Yeah, I can get that over to 19 and 20, so that should be good. And we may actually make an adjustment. I might move that camera a little bit further down so that we can do the split screen for those 2 matches tomorrow.
See, last year I thought you had more of a platform here.
We did. We had a longer platform and decided we wanted to leave more space for the spectators this year, and so I kind of made some other adjustments to make it work.
More cables and...
Yep, brought an extra cable this year. So it's hard to bring too much because it all comes on the airplane with me. So I can only bring as much as I can check on the airplane.
You brought all this on the plane?
Yeah, everything comes on the plane with me.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I have four bags that I take with me.
That's nuts.
Yep. I check 2 50-pound bags. I carry that in the computer in a carry-on. This black case here is a carry-on along with the cameras, and then I have my backpack with all of other stuff in it. So. Oh yeah, it's a whole big ordeal to get all this stuff here.
And here I thought it was a hassle. I bring my laptop in a backpack, and I bring my tape reader for checking the graphs.
Oh yeah, that's nothing.
Yeah, it's in a camera case.
Oh boy, Mike Diaz missed single pin. And if you're not going to strike, you can't afford to miss spares. So Diaz is in a world of hurt now, I think.
Yeah, that's big trouble. Down already 20-something.
Yeah, he's down about more than 70 pins, probably about 80 pins at this stage.
Well, Peterson with an open in the 7th and then punches him out for 264.
Yep, he had the 11 strikes that game for 264.
Now, what's Winger's first game there? 2 what?
You can't read that? Wow, 213.
213.
You have the 2. That's impressive.
No, it's just in that shade of yellow.
Yeah,
the yellow's on the green.
Exactly. There's a yellow stripe that goes through the green that makes it hard to read. I agree with you there.
But
Kind of a bad
I'm still
design.
blind, though.
It's kind of a bad design. They could have made a little bolder font or something, you know?
Yeah, even maybe a darker
or
number there.
maybe like a black.
Black.
You know?
Yeah.
I'm sure we can always make recommendations to the folks at Brunswick, but I'm not sure that they're going to update the scoring system just so we can read it better.
Well, I think the bowling center might even have those options in this.
Oh, there you go. So maybe we can ask them to change it for next year. Sullen's front 6.
I'm going to ask them to change it tomorrow.
Yeah, change it for tomorrow. See what happens.
No, they do
so if Sullen's gets another one here, hey, he yanked the tar out of that one.
Major backhand reaction there.
I don't know what ball he's throwing, but it's interesting.
Great staff here at South Point.
Yeah, they do a great job here, and
It's
our thanks to them for supporting senior bowling.
I'm in the back by the mechanics. Very spotless pit area, their maintenance shop, everything, their lane machines.
So you're saying that back behind the pin decks, it's nice and clean back
Everything
there?
very in order. Yep.
That's a good indication of a well-run bowling center, isn't it?
And everything runs well here. I mean, I'm in here early in the morning, and they're mopping the gutters, they're buffing out the approaches.
That's good stuff.
Yeah,
Mike Monyak and his staff here do a great job. It is a pleasure to come and work with them here. It's anything you ask for, they take care of it, they help you out. No problem.
And because they operate so many events, including the World Series. Oh, look at that fast 8. Including the World Series of bowling. They run some very high-level events here, so it's good experienced crew, whether it's in the back on the pin setters, whether it's at the bowling counter, getting the scores in and out of the scoring system. Just everybody knows what to do, and they do it. And then Mike's always around just to keep an eye on things and follow up with everybody, and doesn't miss a beat here.
Well, Randy Peterson has turned the tables on Ron Winger and leads 458 to 416 after 2 games. So 42-pin lead for Randy Peterson. That match on 9 and 10 if you want to follow along on the live scoring.
And a real nice ring 10 out of Winger there. Looked like a pretty good shot.
And Mike Diaz continues to get 9.
Is pretty tight line for Diaz, and obviously that one's just a smidgen high for the 6-pin. I'm sure he feels like he could just as easily lead the 7.
Tight match between Baker and Tramp.
I'm gonna say Tramp will not go away.
He was up 5 coming into this game, and Baker leads by 6 here this game, so it's a 1-pin lead for Tom Baker. So that's much closer than our other featured match between Diaz and Sullins. They've finished 18 frames in this Sullins-Diaz match, and this game is not very close. So 46-pin lead for Sullins this game, and Sullins had a 24-pin lead coming into the game. So you add that together and you get about 70 pins, I think. So Sullins up about 70 with 12 frames to go. It's a pretty nice cushion, but we've seen so many times before in this format that it can flip in a hurry. You just never know when somebody's going to catch fire. Mike Diaz might get lined up, start throwing strikes, and Harry Sullins catches a little transition, and next thing you know, it's a tight match.
Well, yeah, it's whatever that little transition is where the bowler sees something or can make a change and then all of a sudden feels comfortable. You know, we were redoing the lanes. We have the bowlers that don't qualify for the match play have a second chance event that they're bowling also here. And yeah, some of the comments were being made when they came in. They were thinking that, you know, why would we change the lane condition just because the guys that made it to match play? Why would we soften things up? Kind of like you had touched on this morning.
Yeah.
They came in and saw some of the 700s and you know, just going back to that, just you put the guys who are already bowling well on the lanes by themselves with a chance to do whatever they want. And the person that they're bowling against is also bowling very well and knows what to do. And then they don't have to move pairs.
Yep.
So
you're taking the top 64 bowlers, putting them all together, letting them stay on their pair for 3 games, and you're taking the players out of play who may not have had a good ball reaction, may have been playing them wrong.
Correct.
You know, and
spares
so
going all over the lane.
Exactly.
Yes.
So what happens is scores always go up in match play.
The environment's completely different.
I can't remember a time when the scores did not go up in match play in one of these events.
Sure. I agree with you 100%.
And I mean, you know, between the two of us, we've worked a lot of these tournaments. I've worked the Masters and the Senior Masters for probably 7 years now, 8 years, and I don't ran the Queens. I don't remember it ever happening. It seems like there's always higher scores in match play.
Yep.
Now, did I think we'd see an 800 like Walter Ray had this morning, 826? I didn't think we'd see that
on fresh,
but
exactly.
You know, he's a great player. You never know when these great players fire a big number no matter what the condition is.
Well, obviously, if it's done right, the lanes do open up a little bit. The Riggles lost to Wayne Webb, and he was barely getting the ball off his hand on certain shots. You could tell that his wrist was really getting sore.
Yeah, Riggles has some problems with his wrist, and he bowled a lot of games last week at the Senior US Open.
Last week and then this week, and then like he said, any kind of break in between really gets him. But, you know, you can see him throwing out a couple spares. I mean, it looked painful. And he said even with all that going on, he goes, I shot 640 on that pair. He goes, you kind of felt like they were, you know, he wouldn't say walled up, but definitely something got defined.
Well, Sullins with a strike on the fill for 241. Gets him to 500 for the first 2. And Mike Diaz is not going to be anywhere close to that. Tramp with a double in the 10th. Gets him to 218. If he strikes on this shot, I think they finish tied for 2 games. Strike, 218.
Very interesting.
Baker and Tramp are tied at 424 after 2. Doesn't get much closer than that. There's one more round to go after this one. The audience has kind of dropped off a little bit as I expected.
A little bit, yeah.
We kind of peaked with some of those winter bracket matches and Pete Weber and those guys out there.
But not bad crowds.
Dropped off a little bit.
You're talking middle
I'm talking
of the
about
week?
our online.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Audience. But yeah, we've got a good crowd in house here. Yeah, for sure.
Very nice.
Yeah, a lot of the bowlers who didn't make the cut come down and watch, and maybe the ones that aren't bowling the non-qualifiers. You got all the people who are eliminated who stick around and watch.
It really is a very good event. You know, you see a lot of bowlers pulling for each other. You know, obviously a lot of friendships between a lot of these guys bowling for many, many years against each other. It's real good, high-level competition. It's a lot of fun to work this week. We really enjoy being around it. It really helps when things are running smoothly. We've got quite a few compliments from the players.
Knock on wood.
Sure.
We like when things run smooth.
That's a little bit more of a leaking it to the left a little bit there, and that ball reacted awesome for Diaz. Wonder if he was maybe just trying to force it a little too much, or felt like he had to go up the lane just to get the ball to react, and now maybe he finally feels he can move in a hair and open it up and get loose, but he's going to be down by
80 with a strike.
I'm afraid that's too much.
Yeah, it's a lot to have to overcome. Now Tramp off to a double
Great
start.
ball reaction.
Yeah.
you see the ball float, you see it kind of start to slow down and make it strong move on the back. It's putting the pins into the pit area with a lot of authority.
And, you know, I think Baker's hurt. I don't know what's going on with him, but he seems to be grimacing a lot.
Earlier in the week, I was coming out of having dinner, and we were just kind of strolling through the casino, and he said he was a little sore. But I said, you're always sore, Tommy.
Well, this is the senior tour, so, you know, sometimes these guys, it's a lot of games for them, especially following the Senior U.S. Open last week. I'm not used to bowling this many games anymore, I wouldn't imagine.
Yeah, I mean, the 5 each day I don't think is too bad.
That's not too bad.
You
but when you combine it with all the games from
rest.
last week, you know, it kind of adds up.
Yep.
Looks like Sullen's.
Well, not only that, but just the atmosphere to be in Las Vegas for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what it's like to be on the road living out of a hotel. It gets old after a
tough.
while.
Baker and Tramp both with doubles to start, so still tied, 8 frames to go.
Yeah, the year we did the Open Championships was here in 2009, and we built the lanes down at Cashman Field in the convention center.
Yeah, I remember that.
I stayed at Sam's Town for 45 days.
Oh my goodness, that's
How's
a
that?
long time.
How many times can you eat Fridays? I parked in the same spot on the second floor of the parking garage every day.
Yeah, oh, there's a 5-count washout, super washout for Tom Baker. That count will kill you right there on a double.
That looks like, what would you say that is? Is that that's not the disturb, that's the
Who?
Randy Peterson on 10.
Yeah, Randy Peterson.
What's the other green roto grip?
Yeah, I'm bad with naming bowling balls. I can only name you the bowling balls that I have, and that's not going to do you much good.
That's going to drive me crazy now, but I mean, it looks a tad on the duller side, but from this angle, he looks like he's in the middle of the lane.
Which ball did you mention?
Disturbed, but it's not a disturb.
Defiant?
It's
Defiant?
Yeah, it's one of those. Defiant Soul.
I don't know. I have a Defiant XL in my bag.
Yeah,
that's an international release.
It's got that green, a little bit of gold and black in it. I think that's a Defiant Soul.
Somebody in the chat might be able to tell us.
But hitting the pins with tons of power. For as much as it looks like he's circling the lane, that's hitting very hard.
Well, Randy's up 60 plus on winger right now with 3.5 frames to go. They're bowling pretty quick. So it looks like Randy might be on his way to a win. Diaz looks like he's on his way to a loss, unfortunately.
Well, that
for
one,
him.
it looks like he gave it a little bit of room, and it actually read up high and went a little bit early. I couldn't quite see it down lane with his body in the way, but it didn't look that bad off his hand. Tramp with a ring 7 after a 3-bagger to start the game. He liked it. Don't think he was expecting it.
They're saying in the chat that it is the Defiant Soul. So there you go. That Randy is probably throwing.
It's hard to keep up with him, but
It is. So many new bowling balls coming out, and it's hard. It's impossible to keep track. And you and I don't bowl as much as we used to, so.
I do not.
Well, Tramp is up 30 now on Baker, so.
Now, if you can see Harry's, see that shot over again where that ball left the pin deck, it was definitely headed towards the 10 pin, so there was some deflection there. Even though it looked good, solid, ringing 10 pin, the ball went off the deck going to the right.
Well, Harry's in a good position, up 80 pins, 8 frames
He
to
shouldn't
go.
have to strike,
Yeah.
so.
He just needs to keep the ball to the right of the head pin pretty much and make spares, and he should be fine, because I think that about 180 is going to be enough to win this match, because it doesn't look like Mike Diaz has 260, 270 ball reaction here.
I agree. It looks like he's either guessing a little bit or he's just not able to repeat shots. I mean, Mike's a very solid bowler and usually keeps the ball on line very well, so I would normally say it's not him making bad shots, but when you're not lined up on a pattern that's definitely sport compliant, it doesn't take a lot to. You can't maybe see it with the naked eye, but the bowler feels it whether they don't quite turn it right or they snag on the thumb a little bit and it hooks early. All that's hard to see. Another strike out of Randy Peterson. That's a four-bagger.
That's over. Looks like Peterson's going to win it, in my opinion. Baker stepped up, tossed a double at Tramp to pull to within 20. And Tramp stepped right up and got a strike. Tramp can go back up by 30 if he strikes here.
He's not giving an inch.
Nope.
Well, under the old format, we'd narrow this all the way down to 2 people, and the bowler out of the elimination bracket would have to win twice.
Yeah.
But we've patterned
Right.
it. We're trying to give it more of a TV show feel. So we're going to have 5 in a stepladder, and hopefully the bowlers will like it.
Tom Baker's not going away. He's trying to hang in there. He's thrown 3 strikes in a row. And he's back to within 20. And he can cut it to 10 with another strike here. That comes up light, leaves
Almost
the 2.
Almost a 210 there.
Mike Diaz with a strike in the 4th, but not stringing any strikes together. Down, I guess, down 70 with coming into this game. So he's down. He's picked up 3 pins this game, so he's down 67 with 6.5 frames to go.
I'm just guessing from the colors, but is it a wrecker? Is that a newer roto grip ball? Another flush strike out of Harry. That one went through the pins a little bit better. So Tommy Baker spares in the 7th, and then Tramp goes up on a double and goes 8 spare.
So 19 pin lead. They were tied coming into this game, too. Hey, look, Harry Sullivan's making the pins dance for a double, and he is in good shape to stay alive in the tournament. So 3 frames to go. Baker and Tramp, pretty close match. Closest one we've got near us here.
Now, I'm not bowling, I'm just watching, but if I was, I'm already thinking I'd be tired by now here. And the guys who win this match all
good
bowl
shot.
each other one
Yes.
more round, and they've got to find a way to get themselves fired up to get through, because anything can happen. If you get through to tomorrow, you know, the field narrows down in a hurry.
Especially the guys who lost in the first round and have
Yes.
just been bowling
just
and bowling and
bowling.
bowling. I mean, some of them,
Are
some of these
there-
guys did not.
Are there any?
I'm sure there are. There has to be at this point. We can easily find that out.
You could.
Mark Williams, he's one.
Okay.
Christopher Keene,
All right.
who else? Wayne Webb, he lost his first match. Harry Sullins lost his first match.
Wow.
So yeah, you got quite a few of them in there that lost their first match and still alive in the tournament, which means they've already won 3 rounds in the losers bracket or elimination bracket.
Sure. I mean, Webb looks effortless right now. I mean, just
Yeah, I don't know what happened to him in the first match.
watching him bowl.
Kind of surprised. And Tom Baker stunned by a 9-pin there in the 8th. So Baker's still going to be down 19 going into the final 2 frames.
Yeah, he's going to need a little help.
Randy Peterson, 695. Ron Winger, 642. They are done already. Wayne Webb, he wins his match. Sullins with another strike, and it's going to be an easy win for him.
So you're saying Bakes is down 19
Yep,
because they're
19.
even going in.
2 frames left. Wayne Webb beat Pete Thomas 627 to 604. Wayne comes back in the last game. Actually, Pete Thomas goes open in the 8th and the 9th to lose by 23. A couple of splits, so Wayne Webb's kind of survived.
I don't think Bakes likes that shot.
Yeah, it wasn't very good.
Not what he needed at that point. He's kind of laughing it off.
Now he needs a lot of help to win the match. And Tramp has looked pretty solid. He's put the ball pretty much in the pocket here a lot.
Correct. Yeah, you're correct.
So it's hard to envision some kind of nightmare scenario happening here. But you never know. Sometimes in these matches, crazy things happen. It just happened to Pete Thomas against Wayne Webb. So
right.
you just don't know.
Yeah, you think you get to this point, everybody's real solid, everybody's lined in, making decent shots. Like early on, I mean, the Pete Weber and Lenny Borish, didn't Pete leave a couple of, saw a couple 7-count splits early in that match? Were those 2 8-10s?
Yes, he left back-to-back 2 8-10s on the left lane.
And then you walk by and you go, okay, so there's fresh oil, and obviously that lane is hanging somewhere for him a little bit. But by this point, you would think things that Diaz got that ball in a little bit, and it's through the face.
Yeah, it's over. That one's just about mathematically over now. Let's see. McCreary's going to knock out Romeo. Robin Romeo going to get knocked out here in this round by Mark McCreary, who's the only one to shoot 300 this week, by the way. We have that clip on our YouTube channel, Bull TV, if you want to look for that clip of his 300. And Tramp just about locked it up here, it looks like. He needs, looks like he needs the mark here in the 10th to shut out Tom Baker.
Baker can only shoot 215. So, yep.
Yeah, and Tramp
needs a spare.
Yep, a spare here puts Tramp in the 220s. Tramp already at, 214.
And he wasn't positive.
Yeah, it looked like
it
started to hook a little bit on him there, but he made it. Mark Williams, 737 knocks out the top qualifier, Amleto Monticelli. Amleto 663. Amleto had some tough matches today.
Yeah, last year he steamrolled his way to the end, and then just had a kind of an average series at the wrong time, and
lost to Hugh Miller and finished third. Amleto, our top qualifier.
Yeah, going into that, he was well over 700 every single set.
He was whacking them for sure.
Just kind of had an average set and got knocked down there, and.
Some interesting matches going on 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. A lot of the people on the live scoring are watching 5 and 6 right now, which is Walter Ray, who just left.
Looks
like a
4-9.
Yeah, 4-9 split in the 8th. So you'll see the split pop up on your live scoring, and that's what it is. And he did not
took
make
a run at it, but didn't get it.
And it looks like Walter Ray was up 30 coming into this game, and now he's down quite a bit. He's down 30. So it's even with 2.5 frames to go. 646 to 615 is the final in that Baker match. as Tramp defeats Baker by 31 pins.
Well, I'm going to go update your bracket.
All right.
Get it on the website.
Go for it.
And maybe stroll by a little later.
Yep, we'll see you later, Eric.
All right, thanks.
So we'll see if we can get a view of that Keene-Williams match here as they are wrapping up. Keene just left the 3, 4, 6, 7, 10 split in the 8th frame. And leaves it open. You can see it's kind of far away. It's kind of far away, but you get a little glimpse of it here. But that open by Keene really hurts him. He's only up 14 this game and came in down 30. So the end result, a 16-pin lead for Walter Ray Williams Jr. with 2 frames to go. And Keene bowling the 9th frame here. This is Keene. Looked like a nice strike. So Walter Ray up 16 with 2 frames to go. As we wind down this round in the elimination bracket. We have one more round to go. And that'll start immediately following this one. Looked like a strike for Walter Ray. You hear the crowd cheering down there, so must have been. Edwards and Pritz Jr. tied with 2 frames to go. You can see them kind of off in the distance. There's Mike Edwards. They're down on 3 and 4. So a couple of close finishes down on the low end, and that's where all the people have gathered. So we'll follow this the best we can. I think Walter Ray can shut him out with a strike here. And he leaves a 4-pin. Try to follow Mike Edwards here, who I think has fallen behind by 10 against Pritz with a frame and a half to go. So our defending champion on the ropes. There's a strike. Yeah, 10-pin lead for Pritz against Edwards heading into the 10th frame. And Pritz working on a double, Edwards working on a strike. So here's Edwards. Desperately needs a strike here, first shot in the 10th to keep hopes alive in this match against Pritz. 4-pin. And it looks like Edwards probably going to get knocked out here in this round and will not successfully defend his title. Walter Williams Jr., fill ball, a strike for 189. And do some quick math here. Walter Ray shoots 612. And Pritz needs a double and 7 for the upset win. Pritz still with a chance. I'm sorry, Keene still with a chance. Pritz is in that other match. Keene needs a double and 7 to beat Walter Ray Williams Jr. And he leaves a 4-pin. So Walter Ray Williams Jr. will survive against Christopher Keene. One more round of matches to go here in this match play day, opening day. As these guys close out this game. See some of the folks hanging around watching the competition here. It looks like Pritz might still need to make the spare to win against Edwards. And he does. So Pritz just needs to keep the ball on the lane. Looks like we're going to have Webb and Sullins right in front of us for this next round. Wayne Webb, Harry Sullins coming up on 13 and 14. So Pritz Jr. 609, Edwards 601. And Walter Ray Williams Jr. shoots 612 to Christopher Keene's 593. So wait for the start of the next round. Should get started in just a couple of minutes here on Bowl TV.
It's nothing we can't do. Okay. Let me go do this. Thank you, man. All right.
All right, final matches of the day about to get underway here. Wayne Webb versus Harry Sullins is our featured match. And First shot here from Wayne Webb is a strike. Sullins to kick things off in the first frame, and he strikes as well. So 4 matches going on: Tramp versus Peterson, Webb versus Sullins, Pritz versus McCreary, and Williams versus Williams. Walter A. Williams against Mark Williams here in this final round of the day. We get started again tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. So both players start with a double, and then Wade Webb leaves the 10-pin in the third. 3 games total pinfall. Once again, as we have all the other previous rounds. Very strangely, the score has added up wrong for Sullins. Got some issues with the scoring going on here. It's doing some weird stuff. Has Sullins at double 8 spare, but 32 in the first. So figure that one out. And I think it has something to do with they forgot to put it into practice mode when they started practicing, so it was scoring. They went in and deleted it, and now they've got to try to fix it. So if you're looking at the live scoring, you're probably like, what the heck is going on out there?
was funny.
Now, it looks like that problem is starting to fix itself in all the matches. So, interesting little scoring problem seems to be resolved. As we are early on here in our final round of the day. If you guys are on Twitter out there, follow me at Lucas_Wiseman. Send me a tweet. I'll give you a shout out here in this final round of the day. Make it a little interactive for you guys. So send me a tweet and give me a follow at Lucas_Wiseman. I'll give you guys a shout out. Let me know who you're rooting for in these matches. How about that? Keep you updated with all 4 of these matches, although you can kind of update yourself as we go along here because you got the live scoring. You can see the scores just as fast as I can, pretty much. Sullins, 6th frame, working on a double. Looks pretty good right there. Ball driving through the pins hard. It's a triple for Sullins. Kind of tighten up the shot a little bit for you guys. Another strike for Sullins. It's 4 in a row. Wayne Webb's got 3 in a row. But Sullins up by 11 after 7 frames. Gav Roberts with the tweet. Enjoying the Bowl TV coverage all the way over in rainy England. Thanks for the show. You're welcome, Gav. Thanks for watching and for tuning in here on Bowl TV. And thanks for sending me the tweet at Lucas_Wiseman. Another strike for Wayne. 4 in a row for him. Still trailing by 11 here against Sullins. Bobby Bryant with the tweet. Rooting on Walter Ray any way to get a camera on his pair. Love the coverage. Unfortunately, Walter Ray and Mark Williams are on 25 and 26. A little far away from our camera position here behind 14. But you can follow their score along the live scoring. But thanks for the tweet, Bobby, and thanks for watching. Tweet me at Lucas_Wiseman. Give you a shout out here in our final round. So Sullins with the spare, and just about evens things up. Sullins doesn't get the 10 out on that shot. Didn't seem to like his footwork. Looks like he's kind of wiping the bottom of his shoe there. That was his first shot in the 10th. If he makes a spare, he's going to be in the 240s. Let's slide over and take a look at the other match that we've got a camera on, which is Pritz versus McCreary. McCreary just opened in the 9th after stringing together 6 strikes. And delivers a nice strike there. And he leads like quite a bit here. Looks like he leads by 50 pins on Pritz. As Wayne Webb strikes again, Wayne can get to 267 this game. He'd have a 22-pin lead on Sullins. Now back over to Mark McCreary, our 300 shooter this week. Sends the messenger, but it doesn't take out the 10. So he's going to shoot 232 this game with the spare. Oh. Wayne Webb just did a crotch chop. Tenth frame for Pritz. Can strike out for 202. He'd be down 30. Looks like he's going to be down by as much as 50 now, 51. Wayne Webb 266 to 245. A 21-pin lead after game one. As they get ready to start game two. Peterson leads Tramp 219-214 after the first game. Walter Ray Williams Jr. shot 258. Mark Williams looks like he's on pace to shoot 160 this game. And McCreary leads Pritz 232 to 181. Start of game two in both of our matches that we have cameras on. After two frames this game, it's still a 21-pin lead for Wayne Webb. Sullins with a double, though. Cuts it to 11. Wayne Webb matched the double. So he took back his 21-pin lead, can make it 31 here, and he does. Not sure what ball Wayne Webb's throwing. Somebody asked in the chat. He's got a Brunswick patch on, so must be some sort of Brunswick ball, I would presume. We are in game 2 of 3 right now. Not best of, 3-game total pinfall matches. Sullins with a 10-pin. Now falling behind by 32 with the spare. Sullins back on track with a strike in the 5th. But Wayne Webb a nice opportunity here to increase his lead into the 50s if he strikes on his next 2 shots. Fifth frame for Wayne. That looks a little left, but it holds high flush. Double for Sullins. So it's a 42-pin lead for Wayne Webb at this stage of the match. They've bowled 6 frames this game. They have 14 frames to go in the match. Got 4 frames left this game and 10 for the last game. And Sullins, with another strike, cuts it back down into the 30s. Ooh, and Wayne Webb with a split, and that will help Harry Sullins out quite a bit. And Wayne gets back on track with a strike in the 8th. Let's check in on another match. McCreary up by 51 coming into this game, and he's added 2 pins to that after 6 frames make it. So McCreary up by 53, about halfway through the match. Sullen's a good opportunity to make up a lot of ground here after that open by Wayne Webb, and that's a great shot by Harry Sullens. 4 in a row. He is now down 8. McCreary with a double. Goes up by 63. And Sullens makes a bad shot there and doesn't get away with it. Leaves the 3-6. Sullens has narrowed the deficit down to 9. Pritz with an open. He seems to be in some trouble. It's been a good match so far between Webb and Sullens. Webb up, I think, 19 here with the 10th frame to go in this game and 1 more full game left. Both of them throwing it really well and scoring pretty high as well. It's a good shot by Wayne Webb. 3 in a row. That shot gets him into the 240s, and he'll be in the 250s if he strikes again. Put him well over 500 for 2. Another strike for Wayne. Puts him in the 250s after shooting 266 the first game. .266, .255 his first 2 games for Wayne Webb. Someone was asking what ball Wayne Webb was throwing, and I just asked Robert Lawrence from Brunswick, and he says he's throwing a Diva. It's a DV8 ball, I believe. Looks like Harry's going to take a re-rack here. Harry can still get 247 this game. Harry Sullen's going to be almost 500 for the first 2 and trail in the match. Tough match here with Wayne Webb. Very high scoring. See if we can get the double in the 10th. And he does. .246 for Sullins. Wayne Webb 521. Harry Sullins 491 after 2. So a 30-pin lead for Wayne Webb in a very high-scoring match. First frame for Wayne Webb is a 4-pin. Well, McCreary over here, while I was checking out this Webb-Sullins match, has just been striking away. He's got 6 in a row, and he is well ahead of Jimmy Pritz Jr. It looks like McCreary is in cruise control in this match. McCreary 467 to 373. He leads by almost 100. Looks 94 pins or so. So not much going on over there. Looks like Randy Peterson is locked in a dogfight with Brad Tramp. Peterson's going to trail going into the last game. Walter Williams Jr. is easily beating Mark Williams in the other match. Looks like Tramp is going to have a 10-pin lead on Peterson going into the final game. Good shot by Sullins. He's still down 30. 9.5 frames to go. Webb spare strike to start this game. And Sullins, meanwhile, has a chance to strike here in the third to pull to 19. Pull within 19. Sullins with a strike. And he's now within 19 pins. Harry Sullins showing off a little bit here. 3 in a row. Cuts it to 9. Three in a row for Webb. These guys continue to strike. Sullins with a 9-pin. Really could have used that one to carry. So back to a 30-pin lead for Wayne Webb with half a game to go. Peterson in a lot of trouble against Tramp, down 20 entering this game, and he's down 31 right now in this final game. So he's down more than 50 at this point. I mean, he just doubled to cut it down to 41. And Wayne, another strike. Sullins with a flat 10. And Sullins in a lot of trouble here. Only a few frames to go. So it looks like Wayne Webb is going to be on his way to a win here. Both players bowling very well in this match. Webb yanks that one through the face. Randy Peterson trying to mount a comeback. Just left a 10-pin in the 7th. And it looks like Randy is in a lot of trouble. Down more than 40 pins with 3 frames left. Webb with a spare in the 8th. Got 2 more frames to go in this one. And Wayne Webb is ahead by 48 pins. So it looks like Wayne is on his way to a win. Walter Ray Williams Jr. is going to beat Mark Williams. And Mark McCreary looks like he's on his way to a win against Jimmy Pritz. Sullins can still strike out for 249. And that would give him 740. If he did that, Wayne would only need 220 to win. And Wayne Webb is already pacing in the 230s. So Wayne Webb doesn't even need a mark, even if Sullins strikes out. We do have the stepladder finals tomorrow afternoon, 3 p.m. Pacific time, so 6 p.m. for you, those of you out east. Stepladder finals, be sure to join us for that. And match play continues tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern time, right here on Bowl TV. We have 3 rounds in the morning before we know who our 5 finalists are for the stepladder. Should be some great matches in the morning. We'll have both of the winners bracket matches tomorrow morning as our featured matches, and then the second match of the day, our featured match, will be the battle for the top seed. And then our final match in the morning session is going to be the final 4 players in the elimination bracket battling for the final 3 spots in the stepladder. So it's going to be a very exciting day tomorrow. Be sure to join us as things progress. Sullen's not even trying on the spare there. Wayne Webb is going to pick up the win. Sullen's bowled great, though. Nothing to be upset about for Harry Sullens as he shoots 728, and it's not going to be enough. Won't be enough here. 728, great score. Probably would have won most of the other matches, but not enough to beat Wayne Webb. Wayne Webb can shoot 257 this game. That would give him 778. Pretty impressive total. Maybe the second highest of the day, not sure about that. I know Walter Ray had an 824 earlier today. That's going to go high. And he leaves the 9-pin. So Wayne Webb defeats Harry Sullens 777 to 728. High-scoring battle here on our featured pair. Rod Tramp defeats Randy Peterson. Mark McCreary defeats Jimmy Pritz, and Walter Ray Williams Jr. defeats Mark Williams in this round. And that is all for now from South Point Bowling Center. Be sure to join us tomorrow. Our live coverage of the USBC Senior Masters really ramps up tomorrow as we head down the stretch to determine the champion of this year's Senior Masters. So be sure to join us starting at 11 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow morning. And the stepladder finals will be at 6 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Bowl TV. I'm Lucas Wiseman. Follow me on Twitter at Lucas_Wiseman, and we will see you back here tomorrow morning. Have a good evening, everybody.